Now I think I am. Guys, my laptop is troubling me now. Yes, guys, now am I audible? Hello, now am I audible? Okay. I think now I'm perfectly audible to you. Okay. Wow, that's great. So, see, this is what I have learned. Now I know how to rectify such kind of errors. Okay. I'm learning that things also. Chaliye. So let's start, guys. So first of all, welcome to Unacademy NEET English. I am your biology educator Ambika Sharma, and today we are going to start and finish chemical control and chemical coordination and integration. This is the chapter that today we are going to discuss. We are going to finish it because you know that it's game of NEET 2.0, and in one go, in one shot, with all the quality content, we are going to complete the chapters. So excited people? Yes. Are you people excited? Are you people excited for that? Tell me quickly, are you people excited for that? If it is a yes, I want to see some fire emojis in the chat section, guys. The excitement should be there. Okay, and I have seen that many students are like, yeah, madam, we don't like this chapter. In this chapter, there are so many things that we have to remember. Okay, and we are not able to relate. Trust me, here in this chapter, you need to focus on each and every gland. Don't be like, yaar, in this chapter, so many glands are there and we have to discuss it. No. When you are talking about the thyroid gland, imagine the thyroid gland, imagine its structure, imagine its function. And trust me, it is one of the best chapters. It is one of the best chapters. I actually love this chapter. To be very honest, I love this chapter. Okay, and now, there is one more surprise for all of you. Something very big is coming. From last many days, we are telling you something big is coming, something big is coming. Do you have any idea? Anything that you people can guess? And it is for the NEET aspirants, of course. Whether you are in class 11th or in 12th or even if you are a dropper, this surprise is for you people. So can you just guess what is it? Yes? Can you just guess? Anybody? Just give it a try, yaar. Just give it a try. इंट्रोवर्ट बॉय, मैम मेरा नाम लो. हाँ जी भाई, ले लिया. अब क्या हुआ? कुछ ज्यादा एनर्जी आई अंदर से. मैडम ने मेरा नाम ले लिया, चलो आज मैं पूरा चैप्टर कंप्लीट करूंगा. कुछ हुआ क्या? ओके, सो टेल मी एनीथिंग, एनी न्यू कोर्स. अच्छा, वन स्टूडेंट इज सेइंग न्यू कोर्स, न्यू बैच, टेस्ट सीरीज. हाय, इट्स योर बर्थडे. नहीं यार, नहीं, मतलब Unacademy people, they don't love me. They don't love me that much that on my birthday they'll keep something like this, ki something big is coming. No. Acha, marathon. Okay, marathon can be there. Acha, anything else? Chalo, let's wait for that. So just save the date, guys. So it is on 24th October, 6 p.m. 24th October, 6 p.m. Right, bache? So in the description box, there is a link. Click on that link and be the part of this event. Right now, okay. Now here, this. Yesterday I posted one video, and yes, again one of my students, he told me that madam, this video is different from many other strategies videos, and it is covering all the doubts that students are facing at this point of time. So if you have seen it, very good. If not, do check this video. Do check this video because it will give you a realistic strategy. It will provide you a proper plan, and you will learn. You will learn to do what? To be consistent. That's it. That's all. Chalo. Now come back to the chapter, and that is the chemical coordination and integration, guys. See, no doubt we didn't start the neural control and coordination yet. Right, we need to discuss the neural control and coordination also, but after chemical coordination and integration, after respiration in plants, we will go for that particular chapter. Right, so here in this chapter, we basically talk about the hormones. We discuss the hormones, right? We will get to know what exactly are hormones, how do they act on different organs, what are their functions, the different types of glands, obviously, their functions, obviously, how are they related to each other, everything we are going to discuss. And after, see why this chapter is important, because it will also help you in the chapter human reproduction, and because we have completed I think we have completed the human physiology, only neural control and coordination is pending, so you will be able to relate everything here. Trust me, you are going to love this chapter session today, right bache? And I need your 4 to 5 hours to complete this, because again it's a theoretical, right? More theory is there, right? And I'm not going to write everything, right bache? So already we have the slides. I'll explain everything and you are going to love the session. Okay, so from this particular chapter, from this particular chapter, you can get question from mechanism of hormone action. Definitely mechanism of hormone action, a very important topic of this chapter. It's a very important topic of this chapter, mechanism of hormone action. Secondly, nature of hormone, whether it is peptide or it's a steroidal hormone, accordingly the receptors, they can ask you the question. Thyroid gland is very important, right? And obviously when it is the human physiology, you are not allowed to miss the disorders, right? You're not allowed to miss the disorders. So this is something that we need to focus. Okay, chali. Great. So today's lecture is going to be different as well. I have added many amazing diagrams and you are going to love that. So before starting it, right, let's compare it. Let's compare it. Let's compare it. The chapter name is, what is the name of the chapter? The chapter name is Chemical Coordination and Integration, and we are talking about the endocrine system here, right? What are we talking? We are talking about the endocrine system here in this particular chapter. Okay, bache? Overall in your body, we know that, yes, I'm writing the chapter name here also, Chemical Coordination and Integration. Right, that is the chapter name. Now see, we are a multicellular body, isn't it? We are a multicellular body, isn't it? Yes, madam. In our body, the things should be in a coordinated way. We have the organ system. We have a well-developed body, right? We have the organ system, and that organs need to work in a coordinated manner. If they don't work in a coordinated manner, you know that, right? You know that we will be in trouble, right? If any one system is not working in accordance with the other system, right, obviously the trouble will be there. For sure, trouble will be there. It's not like that if something is happening in your digestive system, it will stay to that digestive system only. No, it will affect other organs also in one way or another way. Okay? So the coordination is important. Just when you are working together in a team, right? If you will actually show that team spirit, right, bache, then obviously you'll be more productive. Otherwise, there will be problem. There will be problem. There will be problems. So in our body also, the thing should be in a coordinated way. So in our body, we have the neural system, also known as nervous system also, right? Neural system, we also call it as nervous system, right? And here you know that the structural and functional unit of your neural system is your neuron, right? We know about these cells, the longest cell of human body, yes, the longest cell of human body, isn't it? right? So we talk about the neurons as well. So this is the system that is going to take care of our body function, that is going to transmit the impulses, right? And that is going to basically coordinate, that is going to help in that control, right? Help in that coordination. But it is not just the neural system that we have, we are also having this, and we are calling it as chemical system, or chemical coordination is also there in our body. What do we have? We have the endocrine coordination, or you can say that chemical coordination is also there in our body. This is what we have. This is what we have. And when we are talking about this chemical coordination, right, yes, we are talking about the endocrine system here, right? We are talking about the hormones here, so yes, right, we are talking about the hormones here. So these chemical control and this neural control, both the things are important for the proper functioning of our body, right? For the proper functioning of our body, both the things are very important. So firstly, let's start with their comparison, then we'll talk about the hormones, right? Then we will talk about the hormones. So firstly, let's start with their comparison. So do you have anything that you can say here, right? Do you have anything that you can say here? Yes, जैसे neural control and coordination. So when you talk about the nervous system, right, when we talk about the nervous system, what do we consider? We talk about the electrical impulse, isn't it? Isn't it? Do you remember that? We talk about the electrical impulse, right? जैसे neurons, they have the special property. They have the special property. Which special property do they have? Right? They can get excited when they receive the stimulus, and they can conduct it. So can I say that our neurons are having a property of excitability and conductivity? Can I say so? Please tell me. Can I say so? That our neurons, they have the ability, right? They can get excited, they can just receive that stimulus, and they can conduct that. The electrical impulse will be generated here in our nervous system, right? Nervous system, yes or no? Yes or no? So can I say that when we are talking about the nervous system, can I say that information, or yes, the information transmission, the transmission of information, or simply we can say that information passes as what? As electrical impulse here. Yes, in the form of electrical impulse, the information will pass. Yes or no? Yes or no? And obviously, how? Along the nerve fibers. Right, bache? Right? So, I'm not going to discuss it here, but yeah, neuron or nerve cell, nerve fibers, tracts, right? These are the terms that we use in this chapter, right? In the neural control and coordination chapter, these are the terms that we use, and they are different. They have different meanings. You should know about it. So it is your homework. You will tell me what is a neuron or nerve cell, or how is it different from the nerve fibers, right? What are the nerves? What are the tracts? Right? You have to tell me. That is your homework. So this point clear. But when you talk about the chemical coordination, yes, here the chapter that we are going to discuss today, here also it is also important for passing the information. But here that information, yes, that information passes as chemical messengers. Here you are going to talk about what? You are going to talk about the chemical messengers here. Right, bache? Information passes as chemical messengers. How? Through blood and lymph, of course. Yes, through blood and lymph. Yes or no? Through blood and lymph. Am I right? Am I right here? Right? And here, you know that in our body, these neurons, they are present now. We have this nervous tissue, we have the neurons, right? Like this point-to-point connection is there. Let's say this is the next neuron, right? Let's say this is the next neuron. So there is a point-to-point connection in our body. But here, what I just said, the hormone, it will be released in the blood, and through the blood, it will reach to the different organs, to its target organ ultimately. So obviously, when you talk about the nervous system, when you talk about the neural control, there is a rapid transmission. There is a fast transmission of the information, isn't it? Or I can say that there is a point-to-point, right? There is a point-to-point transmission, or I can say that point-to-point, rapid means fast transmission will be there. Yes or no? and but in the case of this, there will be a slow transmission. Am I right? There will be a slow transmission. Am I right? Am I right? So here when you talk about the response, right, when you talk about the response is going to be very exact. That particular kind of response, very exact, isn't it? This response is going to be what? It is going to be very exact. It will be short-lived, right? It is not going to last longer. It is short-lived. And here, obviously, when you talk about the response here, bache, what is going to happen? The response here is not very exact to that particular location only, to that particular point only. Here, you will talk, when you talk about the response is widespread. Right, widespread, and definitely it is long lasting. Definitely it is long lasting. That's what you need to keep in your mind. So transmission is slow, but the response is widespread. It is long lasting. Is that clear? But the response is widespread. It is long lasting. Is that clear? Is that clear? Sure. Are you sure? Now, one more thing. You people tell me, nerve cells, do they innervate all the cells of our body? Yes. Neurons, do they innervate all the cells of our body? These nerve fibers. Yes. Do they innervate all the cells of our body? Tell me quickly. Do they innervate all the cells of our body? Hello, I want to see some answers. No, it's a no. It's a no. Your nerve cells, please, your nerve fibers rather, nerve fibers do not innervate all cells of your body. Right? This is important. This is very important. This point is very important. So nerve fibers do not innervate all cells, but when you talk about the chemical coordination, it integrates and coordinates almost all cells, right? It integrates and coordinates almost all cells. Are you getting my point? This is something very important. You should know this. You should know this. Okay. So this is about the neural control. This is about the chemical control, chemical coordination. Hope this difference is clear. Okay. So we are talking about the chemical messengers that are hormones. Now we will talk about it. So basic introduction. What is it saying? Endocrine system is having endocrine glands, which are known as ductless glands. I'll give you the introduction here. Right. And do remember this, father of endocrinology, Thomas Edison. Chali. But before that, let's talk about the glands. So in general, you tell me, what do you understand by the word glands? Yes, you tell me, what do you understand by the word glands? Tell me. Tell me. What do you understand by the word gland? Anybody in the class? Anybody in the class? Gland. What is the meaning of gland? Secretion, secretory. Just we know that unicellular glands are there, multicellular glands are there. So when we are saying it is a gland, means it is going to release something. It is going to secrete something. For an example, your mucus cell, goblet cells, right? They come under unicellular glands, right? They come under that thing. Unicellular glands, they are mucus cell, goblet cells, right? We have the multicellular glands also, right? So it's not only the endocrine glands. It is not like that only we only have the endocrine glands. Of course not. We have the exocrine glands also, right? We have the heterocrine glands also. So when we are using the word gland, it means it is going to secrete something. It is going to release something. That's what we need to keep in our mind. That's what we need to keep in our mind, right? So glands are secretory, right? They are secretory. Now, when you talk about the glands, we will discuss about the exocrine gland. It is glands. Glands is having a different meaning. Glands, okay? So we have exocrine gland. We have endocrine gland. And we have heterocrine gland. Are you getting my point? And we have heterocrine gland. right? That is what we have. Exocrine, endocrine, heterocrine, exocrine, endocrine, heterocrine, isn't it? So when you are saying exocrine, I'll quote the example here, right? I'll quote the example here. You know about your salivary glands, isn't it? You know about the salivary glands, right? So as per NCERT, salivary glands are located outside the buccal cavity. Now to that chapter is deleted now, right? So and salivary glands, they are located outside the buccal cavity, if you remember. Okay, so this salivary gland, it is having a tube. It is having this tube-like structure. We are calling it as duct. So whatever secretion this gland is going to make through this duct, it will reach to the destined site, right, to its destination, right, bache? So this gland is having ducts. Ducts are present here. Exocrine gland they are, right? What kind of glands they are? Exocrine. So these glands have ducts for discharging their secretion, right? I'm writing it here. These glands have ducts for discharging their secretion, isn't it? For discharging their secretions, isn't it? Isn't it? So we have the example here. Jaise, yes, quote the example I told you about the salivary gland. Other than that, your gastric gland. Yes, your gastric gland, right? Even the liver, etc. So they are coming under this category. They are coming under this category. Even your sweat glands, your sebaceous glands, right? Sebaceous glands are the oil secreting glands. They all are the exocrine glands, right? They all are the exocrine glands, right, bache? Right. Now, endocrine glands. What is the word? Endocrine glands. We call them as ductless glands. We call them as ductless glands. They do not have duct. They do not have the tube-like structure by which they can pour their secretion to that destined place. So what is going to happen in their case? So these glands release their secretion into the blood. And via blood, it reaches to target organ, right, bache? Now why am I saying target organ? I'll explain it, right? Allow me some time, I'll explain it. So these are the, what kind of glands are they? They are ductless gland. They don't have a duct. Like let's say this is a group of cell, this is a gland, okay? It will pour its secretion in the blood, and the secretion of endocrine glands, for that we use this word hormones. We call them as hormones. What do we call them? We call them as hormones. So from here, it will reach to the target organ, right? And it is going to act on that target organ. So why do we say that, just imagine, right? You are putting something in the blood, right? How that thing will reach to the that target organ only, right? What thing is going to decide that this is the target organ, other organs are not the target organ? We'll discuss it, right? In detail we will talk about it. Firstly, let's talk about this introductory part. Okay, bache? Then comes the heterocrine gland. Next is what? Next is the heterocrine gland. And when we talk about the heterocrine gland, they are also known as mixed gland. They are also known as composite glands. They are also known as composite glands. So they are mixed glands, they are composite glands, they are heterocrine glands. Okay, but they contain both. They have both exocrine part as well as endocrine part. They contain both. So heterocrine, mixed gland and composite gland, right? So they contain both exocrine part as well as endocrine part. So we have the example of pancreas here. We have the example of gonads here. So bache, what are gonads? Gonads are the primary sex organs. What are gonads? Gonads are the primary sex organs, right? What are gonads? Gonads are the primary sex organs. So when you talk about these primary sex organs, you have the testes in the case of males, pair of testes in the case of males, and ovaries, pair of ovary. Okay, so this is about these glands. They are secretory. Okay, they are secretory. So now See, ductless gland, this is because here in this particular chapter we are mainly talking about the endocrine glands, na? So here you guys can see ductless glands, they are the branch of biology which deals with the study of endocrine system and their physiology is endocrinology. Father of endocrinology is Thomas Edison, right? So hormone is the term that we use. Hormone is the term that we use. So it is produced by endocrine gland and secreted directly into the bloodstream. Is that clear? They are secreted directly into the bloodstream. Is that clear? Is that clear? Just a minute. Done? Okay, clear? So glands which have ducts for discharge, exocrine gland, done. So what is the definition of hormone? But before definition, of course, there are some other things that we need to know. So when you talk about the hormone, bache, when you talk about the hormone, right, William, Bayliss and Starling, right? And Starling, these are the names that you need to remember. So they are the one, William, Bayliss and Starling, right? But they discovered the first hormone, secretin, right? They discovered the first hormone. The first hormone discovered is secretin. You should know about this. Yes, you should know about it. And in 1903 they discovered it, right? And the term hormone was given by or was used by Starling. Okay, right? So yes, please do remember the scientist name here. Don't be like, "Arey madam, it is not in NCERT. I'm not going to note it down." You please do it, right? So this term was given by Starling. This term was given by Starling. Is that clear? Is that clear? So the word hormone means to excite. The word hormone means to excite, right, bache? See, first of all, there are two definitions given. One is the classical definition, another is the current definition, current scientific definition. Classical definition is saying a chemical produced by endocrine gland which is released into the blood, which is transported to a distantly located target organ is the hormone. And what current definition is saying? It is saying they are non-nutrient chemicals. Please pay attention on these words. They are very, very, very important when you answer statement-based questions, right? When you answer the true and false kind of questions, you should know these details, right? You should know about these details. So as for the scientific definition of the hormone, they are non-nutrients chemical messengers. Non-nutrient. It is not something like nutritious or something. Non-nutrient chemicals. They are non-nutrient chemicals. They are one thing. And the second thing is intercellular messengers, right? It is not intra. The word is inter. What is the meaning here? The word is inter, right? The word is intercellular messenger, a very important thing, right? In between the cells. Jesse, we have two words. One is intracellular. Intra means within, like intra-class competition, right? The competition in between that intra-class, within that class, right? Just let's say I'm saying class 11 students, A section, right? Tomorrow we will have a competition. I'll ask you the MCQs, and in the class itself, I'll see who's going to win and this and that. Intra-class competition within the class. Okay, one is inter. Inter means in between. So here, when we are using the word intercellular messenger, right, for hormones, what are we saying? That they are intercellular messenger, in between the cell, in between the cells, right? It is going to act. So non-nutrient chemical it is, intercellular messenger it is, and they are produced in the trace amounts. Matlab, they're like in our body, it's not like that they'll be produced in a very large quantity. No, in minute amounts only. In minute amounts only. There is something very common there is something very common, we all know about it. Sometimes we say hormonal imbalance is there, mostly in the case of females. In our body, you know that hormones, they fluctuate a lot. Even during the menstrual cycle, that fluctuations are there. So sometimes we use this thing, that hormonal imbalance. Matlab, whatever quantity we need in our body, it is not like that. Right? Even if they increase, that's a problematic situation. Even if they decrease, that's a problematic situation. Right? We need, there should be the optimum, they should be in that optimum range. Okay? So in our body overall, they are produced in trace amounts, in minute quantity. Right? They are produced. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes or no? Right? In small quantity, in minute quantity, they are produced. What? Your hormones. Okay, bache? Your hormones. It's not like that they'll form and they will get stored in our body. No, it's not like that. Whenever required, they'll be released. Yes, exceptions are there. We'll talk about the thyroxine later, but this is something that you need to keep in your mind. Okay? Okay. Yes. Yes. Right? So not just these hormones, not just these chemicals which are released by organized glands, there are some growth factors also which are, right, some growth factors are also considered as per this new concept, as per the current scientific definition, bache, right? Even, you know, the growth factors are also considered here in this category. Okay, bache? Okay, 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 okay. Yes? Done? So what do you think, that these hormones, they are in our body only, right? Of course not. Even in invertebrates, right? Even in invertebrates, hormones are present. I'm not saying that system is going to be very complex or something. No, it is going to be simple. But in invertebrates also, we will see, right? We are going to see a very simple type of endocrine system, right? In invertebrates also, very simple endocrine system is present. That's what you need to keep in your mind. Okay, right? It is not that complex, but still it is present. Okay. Okay. So now can you tell me the name of the phylum in which for the very first time we say that there are nerve cells or something? Yes. Yes. Can you just name any phylum? Waiting for your answers. Waiting for your answers. Phylum name. Right, yes. The best example, we discussed about the Hydra. In the case of Hydra, there is a kind of diffused network of nerve cells. A primitive network of nerve cell is there. I'm talking about the neural system. Right, so basically, no doubt, when we study these phylums, we move from simplicity to complexity, right? We move from simplicity to complexity. That is what we will see even, right? That is what we will see even there. Okay. Okay, chaliye, these are the properties of the hormones. Jaise they have low molecular weight, they are soluble in water, right? Hormones are non-antigenic, always act in very low quantity, mostly short-lived, so have no cumulative effect. Chaliye, right? So for them, you just remember that they are having the low molecular weight. What do they have? What do they have? They have low molecular weight. What do they have? They have low molecular weight, and they are even water soluble, and the lipid soluble hormones are there. We'll talk about it. Okay? We'll talk about it. So you forget about this. Right, you just remember that they have low molecular weight. We will talk about the lipid soluble hormones and the water soluble hormones as well. And yes, bache, they are produced in the trace quantities, right? And we will see the exceptions where we will see that some hormones they even get stored, right? They even get stored. This is also we will discuss. Okay, done. Chaliye, so let's talk about it. Okay, let's talk about it. So any doubt? Any doubt? Right? Any doubt? So they have low molecular weight. I think I should rectify it. So they are mostly soluble in water, but few are lipid soluble as well. Few are lipid soluble as well. We'll discuss the example. This is important. Water soluble and lipid soluble. And yes, they have this property. They are non-antigenic. They are not acting like an antigen. What is antigen? And they are non-species specific. Okay, बच्चे, what is the meaning of being antigenic? Yeah, antigen. Gen means to generate. To generate. मतलब it is something that can generate antibody production in our body, or I can say that it is something that can generate the immune reaction in our body. Antigen. जैसे when we discuss the human health and disease, we say that if there is any foreign particle in our body, our immune cells, they'll recognize it, they'll try to kill it. We know that, right? The immune response will be generated in our body. We have the immune response. I'm not getting into the depth of that right now. I'm just trying to give you an overview here basically. So we know that, so we used to say that foreign molecules or organisms, they are having some proteins, they are acting like antigen, there are antigen presenting cells in our body, right? We know, right, that system, that complete system in our body, we know about it. So antigen is something which will generate the antibody production in our body. That is something that will generate the immune reaction in our body. So in the case of hormones, they are non-antigenic. They do not generate that type of immune reaction. They are non-antigenic and they are non-species specific. You cannot say that this particular hormone is species specific. It will act on that species only, not on the another. No. So that's why we are saying they are non-species specific. They are non-species specific. Is that clear? Is that clear? So they always act in very low concentration, very small concentration. Right. Why? Because they are very reactive. Right, bache? They are very reactive. Okay, so that is why. But as I said, right, we'll talk about the hormone which can be stored in our body. Usually these are, as we are saying now, they are short-lived. Right? As we are saying now, they are what? They are short-lived. They are short-lived. Means they'll produce in our body, they'll act, they'll get destroyed. Okay. So have a, right, but it is not always the case. It is not always the case. We will also see the hormone that can get stored in our body, and that hormone is thyroxine, right, released by your thyroid gland, your thyroxine. Stored in body for about 90 days. Okay, for about 90 days. So these points are important. These points are important. Then bache, there are some pure endocrine glands. They entirely work for the secretion of hormones. Jaise your hypothalamus, pituitary, pineal gland, thyroid, adrenal, pancreas, parathyroid, thymus and gonads. But there are some partial endocrine glands also. Right bache, jaise kidneys. They release hormone, they have some other functions also, right? So we will discuss everything here, right? We are going to discuss everything here. So do let me know in the chat section, the first discovered hormone is, please quickly let me know the answer in the chat section. Let me know the answer in the chat section. Secretin. So secretin is released by yes. Very good. Small intestine. Okay, chaliye, let's go. Let's discuss that. So here you, 1 minute. I think that's fine. The screen is visible to you, right? The screen is visible to you, right? Henna? So see, so let's start from this part here. So we will talk about the hypothalamus, supermaster gland. Supermaster gland. We will talk about the pituitary gland and the pineal gland, right? Here in our brain part. So we'll talk about hypothalamus, pituitary, pineal gland. Then thyroid and parathyroid here. Thyroid and parathyroid here. Then thymus. Thymus. Where is this thymus present? It is present in mediastinum. It is present in mediastinum. What is that mediastinum? It is the space present in between that lungs, right? What is mediastinum? The space present between two lungs, right? Now here you guys can see the pancreas, okay, and that is a composite gland, means mixed gland, means it is having both exocrine and endocrine part. Then adrenal gland. Ad means adjacent. Ad means adjacent, right? Renal means kidney. So adjacent to kidney, adrenal gland is there, cap of kidney, this triangular structure. Then testicles in the case of male, and in the case of female we'll talk about the ovary. And yes, there is a temporary endocrine glands also that we will also discuss in the case of female during the pregnancy. So this is what we need to discuss, right? This is what we need to discuss. So this is the list of the hormones, of the glands that we are going to cover. So we will talk about the hypothalamus, we will talk about the hypothalamus, we will talk about the pituitary, pineal gland, thyroid, parathyroid, thymus, adrenal, the islets of Langerhans, it is the endocrine part of your pancreas, and the gonads. Any doubt? And the gonads. Any doubt? Any doubt? Right? So as I said that hormones, they are water soluble, right? Mostly they are water soluble, but we have lipid soluble hormones also. So before starting this part, let's discuss something. Dekho, now what am I saying? What am I saying? I told you, just let's say, even you can take the example of pituitary gland, you can take the example of thyroid gland, you can take any example, right? You can take any example. Let's say this is the gland. What is this? This is a gland, okay? This is an endocrine gland. Gland means secretory. Now I'm saying endocrine gland means ductless gland it is, right? I am saying, yes, I am saying that this gland is going to pour its secretion, you are going to release its secretion right here in the bloodstream. And now we are saying, just let's say if it is a TSH, what is the meaning of TSH? Let's say this is your pituitary, it is releasing TSH. What is this TSH? It is thyroid stimulating hormone, right? It is the thyroid stimulating hormone released by pituitary. What is it, bache? It is the thyroid stimulating hormone released by pituitary. What is it, bache? Thyroid, thyroid stimulating hormone released by pituitary. Okay, so we are doing what? We are taking the examples here. And we are saying that it is the pituitary gland and it is releasing TSH. What is it doing? It is releasing TSH. What is it doing? It is releasing TSH. Is that clear? Is that clear? It is releasing TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone. Means it should act on thyroid gland, right? But how is it possible? How is it possible? Yes, how is it possible? Right, the pituitary gland will release the hormone in the blood, right? And how that hormone will realize here, I have to act on the thyroid gland only. Why only the thyroid gland? It is in the blood. It can go to the kidneys as well. It can go to the gonads as well. But why is it acting on the thyroid gland only? Why is it stimulating the secretion of thyroid gland only? Right? Why it is saying ki bhai, I will tell thyroid only that you have to release the hormone. Why? Why? So to answer that why, we need to understand mechanism of hormone action. That how is it possible, right? So in the NCERT, you know that mechanism of hormone action is given after the explanation of hormones, but we will do it in the starting. We'll discuss it first and then we will proceed, right? We will discuss it first and then we will proceed. Is that clear? Is that clear? So hormones, they will act on their target organ only, and how this is something that we have to study under this particular topic. Any doubt? Yes, Any doubt? Sure? Sure. Yes? So we have two categories here, water soluble and the fat soluble hormones. Just let's say this is a cell. Okay, this is a cell. Obviously it is the cytoplasm here. This outer covering is the plasma membrane here. This outer covering is the plasma membrane here. And we know that our plasma membrane is a phospholipid bilayer. This plasma membrane is what? It is a phospholipid bilayer. What's that? What's that? It is a phospholipid bilayer. Are you getting my point? Let's say, and you know it already that it is the phospholipid bilayer. Chalo, let's take it in that way. ठीक है जी, phospholipid bilayer. Okay. Now बच्चे even in the chapter cell, when we talk about this phospholipid bilayer, right, we know that basically in the cell membrane, we know that we will study that there will be, so there will be some proteins, right, some phospholipids are present. That is how a structure is there. Well, we have studied that. But when we study that in the cell chapter, we discuss this thing, right? We discuss this thing, that the things which are not, that there are certain things which cannot cross the plasma membrane. Right? When we talk about the plasma membrane, we say na it is selectively permeable. This is the term that we use. It is selectively permeable. It will not allow the entry and exit of everything across it. It is selectively permeable, differentially permeable. It will allow the entry and exit of selected things only. We discuss that. And one more thing that we discuss is that in the case of plasma membrane, not everything can cross the plasma membrane. Right? It depends upon the nature of that compound. It depends upon its size as well. And there are some other factors also that we consider. Now here, let's say if something, obviously size is proper, right? If something, it is lipid soluble. Our plasma membrane is also lipid soluble. Our plasma membrane is also a phospholipid bilayer. If something is lipid soluble and if its size is also proper, right, it can cross the plasma membrane directly. It can cross the plasma membrane directly. But yes, there are certain compounds which cannot cross the plasma membrane directly. If you relate it a bit with the cell chapter, you know that we talk about the ions, that ions cannot cross the plasma membrane directly. We need certain channel proteins for them, right? We need certain carrier proteins for them, right? They will help that compounds to move here and there. You know that things already. So when you talk about the hormones also, so they are water soluble as well as fat soluble also, lipid soluble also, right? They are water soluble as well as fat soluble also, right? So if it is water soluble, do you think it can directly cross the plasma membrane? Do you think it can directly cross the plasma membrane? And if it is lipid soluble hormone, don't you think that yes, they can cross the plasma membrane directly? They can cross the plasma membrane directly. Don't you think so? Don't you think so? Please tell me here. Please tell me here. So now if let's say if there is a compound, right, we know that we have studied that in the plasma in the cell chapter also, that if there is a compound that cannot cross the plasma membrane directly, so we keep the channel proteins. There are channel proteins in our plasma membrane that will help them to move. We know that. Okay. Now same way in the plasma membrane, we talk about certain proteins. We are calling them as a receptor, right? Receptor it is. They are present in the plasma membrane, right? Our plasma membrane, this is the phospholipid bilayer. It is the one leaflet, outer leaflet. It is the inner leaflet here. When you talk about the outer and inner leaflet, you will see different types of lipids here. Here also you will see some proteins are attached to these lipids, right? They are making some carbohydrates are attached here, right? So we know that oligosaccharides are also present on plasma membrane. Plus even when we talk about our immune system, we also say now that it will act against the foreign organisms. It can act against the foreign organism. It can recognize them, right? How? So we talk about the certain receptors, certain proteins which are present on the cells of our body. Just say during embryonic development, right? The zygote is dividing, many cells are forming. So we also see that some receptors are also there on our cells. That will tell our immune system that it is a self cell, right? This is a cell that is that belong to our own body only, right? But when a foreign organism enter there, it is not having that self cell, right? So our body's immune system will react against it. So we know, we talk about such type of receptors also, right? Such type of proteins also. So same way in the plasma membrane here, we have some receptors. Now these receptors, they are quite specific, right? They are quite specific. It is not like that they can bind with any, right? They can bind with any of the chemical messenger. No, certain receptors are present right here in our plasma membrane, and these receptors are waiting for that specific molecule here. Just let's say this is the hormone, right? This is your hormone. This hormone, it cannot cross the plasma membrane. It is a water soluble hormone, but yes, it has to act on this cell. So how will it act? It will act with the help of the receptors that are present on the cell surface, or you can say that plasma membrane receptor. So we can call such receptors as plasma membrane receptors, or we can call them as cell surface receptors, right? Plasma membrane receptors, and we can call them as cell surface receptors, right? Cell surface receptors. Are you getting my point? Plasma membrane receptors, yeah, cell surface receptor. Because this hormone is water soluble. It is not allowed to go in. It is not allowed to go in, but it has to act. That is important for the coordination of our body. That is important for the functioning of our body. Are you getting my point? That is important for the coordination of our body. That is important for the functioning of our body. So in that case, our body, the cell, this plasma membrane is having the receptor, and to that receptor, that specific, that particular hormone will bind, right? That hormone is going to bind there, and accordingly, and then what is going to happen? A cascade will start. This is the word that we use, cascade, right? I'll explain it also. Cascade will start, right? Before that, I'll give you one example. Just let's say you have some information, something very confidential, okay, right? Just say it is related to some terrorist, present nearby or something like that. Some confidential news that is very important for you. That is something very important, and it's as a good citizen, it is your duty to inform the authorities about it, right? So imagine, right? Just imagine there is a government office there, right? But you are not allowed there. You don't have that I-card, you don't have that, you are not the employee there, right? So you cannot go there directly, right? You cannot go there directly, but it is very important for you to pass that information there. What will you do? You'll go to that office, right? Whosoever is there, like let's say if there is a security guard, if there is a reception, you'll talk to them, you'll tell them, this is my concern, kindly pass my information, right? It is very important, kindly pass my information, isn't it? Obviously. So let's say if you are saying that I have something confidential, you're going to tell that person sitting there, and obviously they'll pass it to their higher authorities. Okay, somebody is here and he or she is telling me that they are having some important or the crucial information. So what should we do? Accordingly, they'll tell their officials, and accordingly they'll check whether you are saying truth or not. Like this, isn't it? That is how. Now here, this hormone is something like that only. It cannot cross the plasma membrane, but it has to act. That is important for our body, right? That is very important for our body. Now, what is going to happen? This hormone is like what to do? It will bind with its receptor. It is going to bind with its receptor, right? It is that intercellular messenger. What is the word that I have used for hormone? It is the intercellular messenger. Can I call it as first messenger also? It's a messenger, right? Can I call it as a first messenger also? Please tell me. Can I call it as a first messenger also? Please tell me. Yes? Please tell me. Please tell me. Yes, is it so? So here also, this hormone, when it binds with its receptor, can I call it as hormone receptor complex has formed? Obviously, if this hormone, if it is meant for this receptor, means because receptors are specific, hormone receptor complex will form. And now what is going to happen within the cell? So I have used the word cascade. Cascade means a series of event. right? It's a series of events. Just in blood clotting also. In blood clotting also we use this. It is a cascade. So what is happening? It's a series of event. Yeah, you can say that multiple reactions are there, and where the next reaction depends upon the product of last. Okay, it depends upon the product of last. So it is a series of event where the next event depends upon the last event as well. That is how you guys can remember. So when this hormone and the receptor complex will form within the cell, something is going to happen, right? Within the cell, bache, a second messenger will be generated, right? A second messenger, right? It is messenger, it is having that information. The hormone, which is the first messenger, cannot enter here directly. So when this hormone will bind with the receptor, so whatever changes this hormone has to do here in this cell, obviously that has to start. So when we talk about these type of hormones and their surface receptors, we will see that within the cell, the second messengers will form. Right, the second messenger will form, right? It has to conduct that, it has to further, right, help in that complete cascade. The second messenger will form. So when you talk about the second messenger, you talk about the calcium ion, you talk about IP3, you talk about DAG, CAMP, CGMP. So one thing I'm missing, I think IP3 is your inositol triphosphate. These are the names of second messengers, okay? These are the names of second messenger. IP3 mane inositol triphosphate, DAG, diacyl glycerol, CAMP, cyclic adenosine. Remember, cyclic adenosine monophosphate. Obviously different reactions, different cells, different receptors or the same receptors. So accordingly the second messenger will form, accordingly the process will further occur. Okay, so I'm not getting into the depth of the cell cycling thing, but trust me, cell cycling is something very interesting, but let's not talk about it here. Okay, so second messengers will form calcium ions, IP3, inositol triphosphate, your diacyl glycerol, DAG, cyclic adenosine monophosphate, and CGMP's cyclic guanosine monophosphate, right? Cyclic guanosine monophosphate it is. What's that? It is cyclic guanosine monophosphate. So these are the examples of what? These are the examples of second messengers, right? These are the examples of what? These are the examples of second messenger. So because your hormone cannot enter in the target cell, bache, right? The hormone cannot enter in the target cell, bache. So that is why it will generate the second messengers, right? So first response mein you will say the second messenger will generate in our body. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? Okay. Right. So accordingly the response will occur. So I'll show you the diagram here. Right? I'll show you the diagram here. Yeah, dekho, this is the plasma membrane. This is the plasma membrane. Here we have a receptor. Just now, do not think about it. Ki what is this G protein coupled receptor? There are different receptors. Accordingly, different mechanisms are there. I'm not discussing that, as I said, because it is not required for you. So ye dekho, hormone is coming. Just we are talking about the epinephrine. Okay, so what is going to happen when they will bind? Right, bache, something within the cell will change. Right, obviously, right, it is having a job. When this hormone, when it will bind with its receptor, right, it has to generate the response within the cell. So just say here we are talking about the second messenger. So here they have given you the example of CAMP. What is it? Cyclic adenosine monophosphate. Right, it is one of that second messengers. No, it is cyclin adenosine monophosphate. And then see the protein kinase they will form. Right, it will do inhibition of glycogen synthesis, yeah, promotion of glycogen breakdown. Right, so matlab inhibition of glycogen synthesis means it will not allow the glycogen to get synthesized in our body, and whatever glycogen is there, it will break it, glycogenolysis. Okay? So basically it is as per the need of the body that which hormone is released and how it has to act, and obviously it depends upon our body need. Are you getting my point? So here you are talking about the cell surface receptors, right? Here you are talking about the cell surface receptors, or we can say that we are talking about the water soluble hormones which cannot directly enter in the cell, so they are acting through these receptors. Is that clear? Is that clear? So these are cell surface hormone receptor that we are discussing right now, right? right? So one more diagram, one more wonderful diagram here. So see, it is the the blood capillary, the water soluble hormone. It will bind to its specific receptor. So when the receptor and the hormone will bind within the cell, that response will generate basically your, what is going to happen? Second messenger will form. Accordingly, it will act. So water soluble hormones are membrane insoluble. They bind to the membrane receptor. Right, bache, right, bache. And finally, they will form the second messenger. Jैसे here, the binding will activate a protein here. मतलब they are trying to explain it, not required for you, but understand the mechanism of hormone action. So when the hormone and receptor will bind, a kind of protein will get activated within the cell. The activated protein will activate something else, and then what is going to happen? Your secondary messenger will form. It's not like that they both will bind immediately secondary messenger. No, the steps are there. It's a cascade, as I said. ठीक है जी? Okay. So this is about the mechanism of hormone action in the case of water soluble hormones. Any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt? Sure? Are you sure? Chaliye. Okay, so that's it. So see the diagram from the NCERT. So hormone, which example are they talking about? FSH. What is the full form of FSH? Don't worry, we'll discuss everything. Follicle stimulating hormone, right? And in the NCERT, they have taken the example of ovarian cell membrane. Ovarian cell membrane, ovaries, gonads. So FSH will be released in blood. Right, FSH will be released in blood. So that FSH, right, it is going to act on ovaries only. Why? Because ovaries are having its specific receptor there. Okay, so response will generate. Finally, your second messenger will form. Then biochemical response. Then physiological response. That is ovarian growth will occur. Doubt? Anji, any doubt here? Any doubt here? So write down the name of all the second messengers, right? The second messengers that we just have discussed in the class. Do write their names in the chat section, quick. Do write their names in the chat section, quick. Quick. Yes, do it. Very good. Shali, IP3, calcium ion, CMP, CGMP. One is DAG also, diacyl glycerol. Right, diacyl glycerol. Chaliye. Next thing. Okay, so water soluble hormones. I'll give you the examples as I said. Next is lipid soluble hormones. Now I told you plasma membrane, है ना? Our plasma membrane. We know that when we talk about the cell, plasma membrane is made up of phospholipids. So these lipid soluble hormones, they can cross this plasma membrane. They can directly enter here in the cell. Okay, bache, they can directly enter here in the cell. So now you tell me, if they can directly enter in the cell, do they need second messenger? No. So we are not going to talk about any second messenger here. Okay, they don't need the second messenger then. They don't need the second messenger then because they can directly enter within the cell. Now, what's the next thing? Here they will have their receptors. So these lipid soluble hormones, their receptors are present within the cell, जैसे intracellular receptors. Their receptors are intracellular. Their receptors are present within the cell, and then directly they are going to do something with our genome. Let me explain with the help of this wonderful diagram. So see, right? Just have a look. So the hormone is there in the blood. From the blood, it can directly enter, right, in that cell. Here it is having the receptor. So receptor and hormone complex will form, and accordingly the changes will occur. Okay, so hormone binds with the receptor in the cytoplasm. A receptor hormone complex will form. That complex will enter the nucleus. It will trigger the gene transcription, and finally, you know that The protein will form this and that. So this is for the lipid soluble hormones. Lipid soluble hormones. So bache, here you are mainly talking about your steroidal hormones. Right, mainly we are talking about our steroidal hormones. The hormones, those who are steroids, जैसे sex hormones, बच्चे sex hormones, right? They are what? They are steroidal in nature. They are steroidal in nature. So their receptors are always within the cell. Their receptors are always within the cell. And even your iodothyronins, right? The hormones of your thyroid gland, na, these iodothyronins specifically. Okay, their receptors are also intracellular. So within the cell, their receptors are present. Within the cell, their receptors are present, my dear students. Right? So steroidal hormones, your sex hormones are steroidal. Plus adrenal gland. The hormone of adrenal cortex also, if you remember, they are also steroidal in nature. Right? Right? So the hormones which are steroidal in nature, their receptors are intracellular, a very famous question. So as I said, the sex hormones, the androgens, this is the term that we use now, androgens, their receptors are within the cell. Just for testosterone, estrogen, progesterone, the receptors are present within the cell. So that is what you need to remember. So see, this is once again a very wonderful diagram. So here they are talking about the glucocorticoid hormone, a hormone released by your adrenal cortex, a hormone released by your adrenal cortex. So it is going to bind with the receptor. And where is this receptor present? This receptor, see, in the cytosol, means within the cell. Now when this complex will form, neural localization signal is there, right? Finally it is entering here, right? So glucocorticoid response element is there, it will attach here, accordingly the transcription translation will occur. That's it. Okay? And even your thyroid hormones, right? I told you that iodothyronins, your T3, T4 we are talking about, right? They will also enter here in the cell. Okay, bache, finally it will also, by diffusion it is entering here. Now they are telling me, they are showing this to us, that hormone may bind a receptor before or after dimerization. Matlab, obviously that depth is not required, but at least you can understand that, right? So see, intracellular receptors are also there. So you can say that intracellular or intranuclear. Intracellular or intranuclear. Just here, in the case of this glucocorticoid hormone, in the case of this steroidal hormone, they are showing the receptor is in the nucleus. Here specifically they are telling us it is within, the receptor is in the cell, intracellular receptor. Here it is in the nucleus, intranuclear receptor. So that is why even if you read your book, you'll find this intracellular or intranuclear receptors are there. That is why. Is that clear? That is why it is like this. Is that clear? Sure. Okay, so mechanism of hormone action clear. If it is a yes, then I want to see some fire in the chat section. Yes, I want to see some fire in the chat section. So let's talk about the examples then. So water soluble में you have peptides and protein hormones, right? Amines are also there, right? They are made up of amino acids. So one by one, when we'll discuss about the glands, then also I will highlight this, but here also we have to discuss it. It is important. Your question can come from this part, important for MCQ. This portion is important for the MCQ. Okay, so amines, matlab the hormones which are made up of amino acid, your epinephrine, norepinephrine, right? Your epinephrine or norepinephrine, right? So we also call them as adrenaline or noradrenaline. You know na? Adrenaline and noradrenaline. Remember your cap of kidney, adrenal gland, adrenal medulla, right? This adrenal medulla will release these hormones which are made up of amino acid. And do you know which term do we use for it? Again, it is in NCERT. We call them as catecholamines. Catecholamines. Right? Catecholamines. ठीक है जी. Then peptide and protein hormones like oxytocin, vasopressin, your melanocyte stimulating hormone, right? Your PTH, TSH like this. Now lipid soluble में thyroid hormones, you are talking about iodothyrionins, you are talking about the thyroxine here, and steroidal hormones, right? So we discussed the sex hormones there, hormones of adrenal cortex there, जैसे mineralocorticoid, glucocorticoid, this testosterone, estrogen, progesterone. So their receptors are present within the cell. Their receptors are present within the cell. A very important information it is, right? So thyroid hormones, your iodothyrionin, to be very specific, iodothyrionins, your T3, T4 we are discussing here. ठीक है जी. Okay. So the hormone which are made up of amino acid, adrenaline, also known as epinephrine, noradrenaline, also known as norepinephrine. So what is the word that we are using for them? Catecholamines. I'm writing it here. Catecholamines. I'm writing it here. It is catecholamines. Okay. So peptide, polypeptide, protein hormone, even their examples are also given. Is that clear? Any doubt from the mechanism of hormone action? ठीक है. So guys, we'll talk about the hypothalamus, we'll talk about the pituitary, pineal gland, thyroid, parathyroid, adrenal gland, right? The pancreas part, the gonads part, that is what we have to, thymus, that is what we have to discuss. ठीक है. So बच्चे, we know that Mr. Pituitary is the master gland. I believe you know this. It is the master gland. Why? Because it is going to tell other glands also, this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do, right? This is for an example, it releases thyroid stimulating hormone that will act on the thyroid gland, that is going to tell thyroid gland ki your secretions are required. And let me tell you, when you talk about the largest endocrine gland, you are talking about the thyroid gland, right? I'm not talking about the largest gland of our body. If it is the largest gland, then it is liver, but we are talking about the largest endocrine gland, thyroid gland, right? So your pituitary also release gonadotrophins. They are going to act on the gonads. Gonads means sex organs. As in the case of female, it will be on the ovary. In the case of males, testis. So gonadotrophins are your follicle stimulating hormone, luteinizing hormone. So your pituitary is telling other glands also, this is what you have to release, that is what you have to release, right? So it is a master gland. But we have hypothalamus also, right? We have its hypothalamus, and that hypothalamus is the super master gland. Do you know that? Right? It is the super master gland. Do you know that? Why? Because it is telling our master gland, right? Because it is telling our master gland ki Mr. Master, right? Please release hormone. Please stop your secretions. So firstly, understand that, right? Then we'll go ahead. ठीक है जी? Firstly, understand that. Is that clear? So your hypothalamus will tell your pituitary that pituitary, this is what you have to release, right? Do it. Okay, so that is why it is the super master gland. Chaliye. Okay. So pituitary. Firstly, let's understand about this pituitary. Yes, I know, right? We need to talk about the hypothalamus first, but wait, have patience. So firstly, let's talk about the pituitary. Okay? Let's talk about what? Let's talk about the pituitary. It is also known as hypophysis. So write down this word in the chat section. Yes, so we have pituitary and hypophysis. Pituitary also known as hypophysis. So bache, when you talk about the pituitary, right bache, when you talk about the pituitary, we will discuss about adenohypophysis. It is basically the anterior part, right? We will talk about the adenohypophysis, right, bache? And we will talk about the neurohypophysis. Please, 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 this flow chart should be on your fingertips. It's very important, not for this chapter, even for the human reproduction. Okay? So adenohypophysis is there, neurohypophysis is there. Adenohypophysis is there, neurohypophysis is there. That is what we have. That is what we have. So this adenohypophysis is further having two parts. Matlab, actually, in simple words, when you talk about the pituitary, okay, in this particular gland, we talk about the anterior lobe, right? We talk about its anterior lobe, we talk about its middle or also known as intermediate lobe, and we also talk about the posterior lobe. Matlab, we divide the pituitary into these three lobes: anterior, middle and posterior. Anterior, middle and posterior, right? Anterior, middle and posterior. That is how we divide it, right? That is how we divide it. Okay, bache? So when it is adenohypophysis, one is adeno and neuro. Now you must be thinking, ma'am, three lobes are there. You are using two words only. Let me tell you, bache, in this adenohypophysis, basically actually in pituitary, your anterior lobe and the middle lobe, they are not very separate from each other. You cannot say that this is anterior, this is middle. Because they kind of all together, right? Matlab, proper demarcation is not there, properly separated, they are not like this. Okay? So in adenohypophysis, you will talk about pars distalis. What is the word? Distalis. It is your anterior lobe of the pituitary. Anterior lobe of the pituitary. This one is your pars media, yeah, intermedia. Pars intermedia. You are talking about your intermediate lobe or middle lobe. Right, intermediate lobe or middle lobe. Then it is the neurohypophysis. Then it is the neurohypophysis. So it is your pars nervosa, that is your posterior lobe of pituitary. Right, firstly, please keep it in your mind. That is your posterior lobe of pituitary. Firstly, keep it in your mind. Okay, ji? So what do we have here? We have the anterior lobe, we have the middle lobe, and we have the posterior lobe. Anterior lobe, middle lobe and the posterior lobe. Anterior lobe, middle lobe and the posterior lobe. That is what we have. That is what we have. Yes, that is what we have. Right, so pars distalis, anterior lobe, pars intermedia, intermediate or middle lobe, pars nervosa, it is the posterior lobe. Okay, so adenohypophysis, neurohypophysis, adenohypophysis, neurohypophysis, that is what you need to remember. Okay, ji? That is what you need to remember. Remember one thing, bache, when it comes to the posterior lobe of pituitary, it is not even considered as a true endocrine gland. Do you know that? It is not even considered as a true endocrine gland. We don't say that this posterior lobe of pituitary is a true endocrine gland, right? No. Why? Because the hormones, right? Why? Please, this is important, because the hormones released by, this posterior lobe of pituitary is not synthesizing the hormones by its own. The hormones it is releasing, actually that hormones are synthesized by the hypothalamus. That hormones, they were synthesized by the hypothalamus. So hypothalamus has given that to posterior lobe of pituitary. You please store it. Whenever I'll tell you, you release it. Right? So it is not a true endocrine gland, this neurohypophysis. It is not a true endocrine gland, right? Yes, it doesn't synthesize the hormones by its own. But It stores the hormone. It stores the hormone released by. It stores the hormone released by hypothalamus, right? It stores the hormone released by secreted by hypothalamus, right, bache? Right, bache? Yes. So what are we talking? We are talking about the neurohypophysis. So it is not a true endocrine gland. It is not a true endocrine gland, right, bache? So it doesn't synthesize the hormones. It doesn't synthesize the hormones, right, by its own. It doesn't synthesize the hormone by its own, but it stores the hormone secreted by hypothalamus. It stores the hormone secreted by hypothalamus. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Yes. Yes. So that is why we are saying it is not a true endocrine gland. Plus your posterior lobe of pituitary. As I said, I'll tell you why this hypothalamus is biased for. I'll tell you the story also, that why this hypothalamus is biased for posterior lobe of pituitary. But one more thing that you have to write is that posterior lobe is under direct neural regulation. It is under direct neural regulation of hypothalamus, right? I'll explain the meaning here. Do include it in your notes. Do include it in your notes. I'll explain you the meaning here. Okay, I'll explain you the meaning here. Okay, take it. Chalo, let me repeat this again. Firstly, let's have a look of the structure. Ye dekho, this is the structure. This is the structure, right? This is the structure. Just have a look. I'll give you a trick to remember the name of the hormones as well. Don't worry. Now I think it's clearly visible to you, है ना? Right? Right? The screen is not that white. You can clearly see this, right? Even I am not white, but ठीक है. So basically, this is the structure, right? This is the structure. जैसे let's say something like this. This is your hypothalamus. Hypothalamus, okay? Right? This is a stalk. We also call it as infundibulum. It is a stalk. We also call it as infundibulum, right? Hypothalamus, there is a stalk, we are calling it as infundibulum. Let's say this is the pituitary. This is the pituitary. So that is also a previous year question, that how pituitary and hypothalamus, they are connected with the help of a stalk or infundibulum. And let me tell you, this hypothalamus, it is the part of your, remember, it is the part of forebrain. Yes, right? It is the part of forebrain. We will discuss it in neural control and coordination chapter. We will discuss it in neural control and coordination chapter, that your hypothalamus, no doubt it is a supermaster gland, but along with that, it is a thermoregulator, right? Our urge of drinking, eating, that temperature regulation is done by this hypothalamus. ठीक है जी? It is done by this hypothalamus. Okay, it is done by this hypothalamus. So have a look. This part is hypothalamus, and this is having some neurosecretory cells. They'll secrete that hormone, right? This hypothalamus is having what? This hypothalamus is having neurosecretory cells, and these cells, they release that neurohormones. So please remember that. Then I will explain each and everything to you. Please observe this diagram carefully. Observe this diagram carefully. You have hypothalamus attached to pituitary with the help of a stalk, also known as infundibulum. In the hypothalamus, neurosecretory cells are there. They'll release the neurohormones. And if you will see that there is a kind of network, there is a kind of network here. Yeah, there are some blood vessels here. Can you see that? There are blood vessels here. Can you see that? Right? These portal vessels. These portal vessels, these vessels are here in the hypothalamus. They are here in your anterior lobe of pituitary as well. Can you see that? Can you see that? Right? Please observe it carefully. This vessel thing is not there. This blood vessel thing we are not showing here in the posterior side, towards the posterior side. Right? I'm showing you this here. Let's say this is your hypothalamus. It is having, right? This is your hypothalamus. It is having neurosecretory cells. They are releasing neurosecretory hormones. So, bache, how that hormones will reach to the anterior lobe of pituitary? Because it is going to guide anterior lobe of pituitary ki please release this, ya inhibit this. Obviously, this these blood vessels. This is a portal system. This is a portal system, hypophyseal portal system, hypophyseal portal system. So these neurosecretory cells will release their secretion in these portal vessels, and through that it will reach here to your right anterior pituitary. Firstly, understand that. So this is the hypophyseal portal system. This is the hypophyseal portal system which is existing. Yes, right, it is the hypophyseal portal system, my dear students, hypophyseal portal system which is existing in between this hypothalamus and pituitary. Right, bache? Right, bache? Yes? Hello? Hello? Please tell me, is it clear or not? Is it clear or not? Is it clear or not? Sure? Sure? Are you sure? Yes, but in the case of, right, firstly understand that. So slowly, one by one, I'll explain everything. Just ये देखो, this is the diagram from that NCERT. Okay, so this is your, this one. As I said, it is your neurosecretory cell of hypothalamus. It is pouring its secretion here in this portal vessels, right? So I am saying there is an existence of hypophyseal portal system in between this hypothalamus and pituitary. And now if you will see this diagram, this is your neurosecretory cell. It is directly passing its secretion to the posterior lobe of pituitary. Posterior lobe of pituitary, right? So when we are saying that your posterior lobe is under a direct neural regulation of hypothalamus, matlab hypothalamus, right, directly through the neurosecretory cells, it will pass its secretion to the posterior lobe. But in the case of adenohypophysis, it will release its secretion in the portal vessels, and through that blood vessel it is coming. Just say for an example, just imagine you are working in a company, right? You are working in a company, and there your managing director, right, or any your senior, right, just usually they say na, they call their PAs, okay, go to that person, tell them this or that, otherwise they'll receive the mail or something. Okay, just let's imagine there is an office, right, a person, right, your managing director is sitting there in the office, and that managing director is calling his or her PA, okay, right, call Mr. Introvert boy, right, I need to discuss something, right? But let's say there is another person also. Let's say there is Lehri. In the case of Lehri, that managing director is directly coming. Hello Lehri, right, you please tell me what to do, what is the plan, right? Now there is nothing like a mediator there. No, directly MD is going to the Lehri. Hello Lehri, how are you? Right, I have some work with you. Let's discuss it here on your table, or you can come to my cabin. Right, or directly that managing director is calling Lehri. Hello Lehri, come to this. So this is the relation of your hypothalamus and posterior lobe of pituitary. Right, hypothalamus, the posterior lobe of pituitary is under direct neural regulation of hypothalamus. Okay, and when it comes to the adenohypophysis, so the hypothalamus will pass its secretion in the portal vessel. Through that portal vessel, it will reach to the adenohypophysis. That is how the setup is. ठीक है जी, that is how the setup is. But now the question is why? Let's just imagine later on you got to know कि अरे यार Lehri is actually the relative of your managing director, right? Lehri is actually the relative of managing director. Achha, that is why you used to call him directly, right? Are you getting my point? Yes. Are you getting my point? That is how the things are. So I am not sure, but I read it somewhere, or I don't remember. Just say during the development, just say we all develop from, that a single cell zygote. That single cell will divide. The single cell will divide. Right? It will form this multicellular body. है ना, it will form that multicellular body. So it is believed that the hypothalamus and posterior lobe of pituitary kind of they originate from the same type of cells. That's why they have this direct neural regulation, right? That's why they have this direct neural regulation, right? Okay, right? That is why they have that direct neural regulation, it is believed. Okay, so you got it, this direct neural regulation factor, this point. So just let's say hypothalamus, what I just said, it is the part of your forebrain, right? It is also the thermoregulator. Fine bache, hypothalamus, this is your stalk, we can also call it as infundibulum, right bache? So one more thing that we have discussed, that when it comes to your neurohypophysis, that is your posterior lobe, right? That is your posterior lobe of pituitary. That is also the pars nervosa. So it is not a kind of true endocrine gland. It is not secreting its hormone by its own. It is just that hormones are synthesized by hypothalamus actually, and posterior lobe is just storing it, right? Posterior lobe is just storing it. That is the point here. Are you getting my point? That is the point here. So now when it comes to the posterior lobe, we have oxytocin and vasopressin. These two hormones are released. Focus on the language here. These two hormones are released, right? These two hormones are released by posterior lobe of pituitary. We'll come to the hormones released by your hypothalamus as well, but I believe you should know about this first. Okay? So posterior lobe of pituitary releases two hormones only. It releases two hormones only. One is oxytocin, one is vasopressin. One is oxytocin, one is vasopressin. One is oxytocin, one is vasopressin. Are you getting my point? One is oxytocin, one is vasopressin. Vasopressin is also known as ADH. ADH means anti-diuretic hormone. ADH means anti-diuretic hormone. What is it? It is anti-diuretic hormone. Is that clear? Is that clear? Your oxytocin, it is also known as love hormone. Yes. It is also known as bonding hormone. It is also known as milk let down hormone. It is also known as milk ejection hormone. Imagine so many names. Milk let down hormone, milk ejection hormone, bonding hormone, love hormone. It is also known as birth hormone, right? It is also known as birth hormone. Is that clear? It is also known as birth hormone. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? Sure? Are you sure? So what are we saying? It is the birth hormone, love hormone, bonding hormone, milk letdown hormone, milk ejection hormone, right bache? And vasopressin is ADH, anti-diuretic hormone. Anti-diuretic hormone. Okay? So these two hormones are secreted by, yes, synthesized by, yes Ankit, these two hormones are secreted by, synthesized by, tell me, secreted by, synthesized by these two hormones. Yes, these two hormones by dash hypothalamus, right? By hypothalamus. Who's going to store that? Posterior lobe of pituitary. Who's going to store that? Posterior lobe of pituitary. Yes, who's going to store that? Posterior lobe of pituitary. Okay? So adenohypophysis. Okay, sorry. Now, in adenohypophysis, now let's talk about the hormones secreted by adenohypophysis. We have pars distalis, that is your, right, we have pars distalis, that is your anterior lobe, and we have pars intermedia also, that is your intermediate lobe. Okay, that is your intermediate lobe. Okay, so here we have the trick. The trick is go to AC parlor. Arey haan, we have to talk about the feedback also. Chalo, we'll discuss it. Let's have facial. Okay, what is the trick? Go to AC parlor, let's have facial. Okay, go to AC parlor, let's have facial. I think it's easy to remember. Go to AC parlor, let's have facial. Right, repeat it please. Go to AC parlor, let's have facial. Go to AC parlor, let's have facial. है ना? It's a trick actually. Go to AC parlor, let's have facial. So G for GH मतलब growth hormone. Growth hormone, also known as somatotrophin. T for TSH. What is TSH? Thyroid stimulating hormone. What is TSH? It is thyroid stimulating hormone. What's that? Thyroid stimulating hormone. AC. ACTH. What is this ACTH? What is this ACTH? Yes. It is adrenocorticotrophic hormone. Right, so basically it is going to act on adrenal gland. Then parlor, right, from this parlor thing you have to remember P for prolactin. जैसे parlor is there ना, P and L is there. Prolactin, right बच्चे, it helps in that milk production during pregnancy. We will talk about its function. Okay, then let's have means LH means luteinizing hormone. Okay, and then facial FSH, that is follicle stimulating hormone. Right, that is follicle stimulating hormone. What's that? It is follicle stimulating hormone. So these are the 6 hormones which are released by your anterior, which are secreted by, released by your anterior lobe of pituitary. Right, your anterior lobe of pituitary. Right, so go to AC parlor, let's have facial. Growth hormone, thyroid stimulating hormone, adrenocorticotropic hormone, prolactin, luteinizing hormone, follicle stimulating hormone. Okay, these 6 hormones. Now these 2, right, they act on gonads. These 2, they act on gonads. What are gonads? Primary sex organ. So that is why these hormones are known as gonadotrophins. Right, bache? We call them as gonadotrophin. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. So this trick is clear. Tell me, this trick is clear. So it is gonadotrophin. Right? Why? Because they act on gonads. Why? Because they act on gonads. So we are calling it as gonadotrophin. Okay. Now, when you talk about this pars intermedia, it will only release your MSH. That is melanocyte stimulating hormone. That is melanocyte stimulating hormone. What's the name here? It's melanocyte stimulating hormone, MSH. ठीक है? Okay. चलिए, let's have a quick revision here. So your posterior lobe of pituitary, that is your pars nervosa, right? It will release 2 hormones. These 2 hormones are synthesized by hypothalamus, right? It will just store it. So what is the name of that hormones? Vasopressin and oxytocin. Okay? Vasopressin is also known as anti-diuretic hormone. It is also known as anti-diuretic hormone. Oxytocin, it is also known as birth hormone, right? Also known as milk letdown hormone. It is also known as milk ejection hormone and the birth hormone. ठीक है? Revision done. Revision done. Love hormone, bonding hormone, it's oxytocin, right? That we feel something for somebody, na, that love and all. oxytocin it is, but actually when there is a bonding, right? Just in the case of males it acts differently, in the case of females it acts differently. Males ke case mein that dopamine adrenaline rush is there, and that bonding thing will come, right? Matlab, and in females take time for the bonding, but once they are bonded they're totally dedicated. So all that emotions that we have, matlab, that basic kind of things that we experience in our life, it is all because of our hormones. That aggression, that sadness, that loneliness, that hunger, basically our hormones are responsible, right? Our hormones are responsible for many things, right? So these hormones are problematic as well, especially when you people hit the puberty, right? Don't take this conversation in another way. What is she saying? She's a teacher. Obviously we need to communicate with our students, right? So yes, when you people hit the puberty, when you attain the age of puberty, your gonadotropin secretion start, your gonads, it will act on your gonads, right? Right, the gametogenesis start, the sex hormones that they release. That is why you experience the changes in your body, right? And yes, we are not able to tackle it, right? We are not able to understand such things, we are not able to tackle it. That is why in this age you might have seen that we experience the altercation with our parents, right? Most of the time that we are like, our parents are not understanding us, our parents are like, our child has become a rebel or something, right? Why all that things are there? Hormones. At that time we don't know how to channelize it, right? That kind of though it is not disturbance, but theek hai, right? We are not able to process what is happening actually. Hormones, right? Testosterone production is there in the males, right? Obviously it is responsible for that aggression also in their case. So there are things, so it is related with these hormones and all, right bache? Thank you so much bache. Chaliye now, right? So your pars distalis, it releases growth hormone, also known as, please write down the another name, also known as somatotrophic, right? Also known as somatotrophic hormone. Go to AC parlor, thyroid stimulating hormone. AC means adrenocorticotrophin hormone. Parlor means prolactin, right? And let's have means luteinizing hormone. FSH means follicle stimulating hormone. Both are gonadotropins. And the hormones released by the pars intermedia is just one, right? And that is your MSH, melanocyte stimulating hormone. Melanocyte stimulating hormone. So firstly tell me, this part clear? Yes, this part clear? This part clear? Quickly tell me. Yes, is it clear? Chaliye, very good. So let's continue after a break at 8:30, right? After a break, of course. Okay? So then in that flow we will discuss the role of these hormones, their function, thyroid gland, very important, and then bye obviously. Okay? Surely we'll do it. Yes, done. Dinner done. Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible? Am I audible? Chaliye. So now I hope you people remember the name of the hormones released by the pituitary. ठीक है? Okay. Now guys, obviously, as I said, hypothalamus is the supermaster gland, right? As I said, it is the hypothalamus that is the supermaster gland. What is this? It is the hypothalamus that is the supermaster gland, and that is going to instruct pituitary to release the hormone or inhibit the hormone. But ma'am, then why did you start with the pituitary first? I'll tell you why. देखो, in the case of hormone, hypothalamus, I told you, you have to remember about, you have to understand this thing that hypothalamus is having neurosecretory cells and that are going to release that neurohormones. Okay, I believe you know that. Okay, I believe you know that. So now when you talk about the hormones, the kind of hormones that are released by hypothalamus, so you will talk about two, right? You are going to talk about two types. One is releasing hormones, one is releasing hormones, and the another one is inhibitory hormones. One is releasing hormones and the another one is inhibitory hormones. Are you getting my point? One is releasing hormones and another one is inhibitory hormones. Is that clear? ठीक है? चलिए. So releasing hormone. These hormone will act on pituitary and will tell pituitary कि pituitary जी release this. जैसे for an example, growth hormone, releasing hormone. So this hormone, when it is released by the hypothalamus, it is going to tell the pituitary that you have to release the growth hormone now. You have to release the growth hormone now. Then thyroid stimulating hormone, releasing hormone. It will tell the pituitary that release TSH, right? It is going to tell the pituitary release TSH. जैसे ACTH, RH, right? Adrenocorticotropin hormone, releasing hormone. ठीक है बच्चे? Right? Fourth one is prolactin releasing hormone. Right बच्चे? Then your gonadotropin, GnRH. We use this term a lot. Right? We use it a lot in the human reproduction chapter. We use it a lot in the human reproduction chapter. So it is gonadotropin releasing hormone. It will tell the pituitary to release the gonadotropins. That is your FSH and that is your LH. Got it? Releasing hormones. Now, when it comes to the inhibitory hormone, and we will talk about the three hormones, and one more is there, MSH, RH, melanocyte stimulating hormone, releasing hormone. Chalo. Now understand one thing. Thyroid stimulating hormone is going to stimulate. Ultimately, TSH, RH will act on pars distalis. Pars distalis in the response of that will release TSH. TSH will act on the thyroid gland, and this thyroid gland will release the, let's say, your thyroid hormones. Okay? Let's say your thyroid hormones. Okay? That's the story. That's the story. That is the story. Same for the ACTH. It will act on pituitary. Then pituitary will release the hormone that will act on adrenal cortex. Gonadotropins will act on gonads. But this growth hormone, this prolactin, this MSH, it is not going to act on any other gland. Right? These three hormones are not going to act on any other gland. Right? Rather, pituitary itself release the growth hormone. Okay? So when will it release the growth hormone? When hypothalamus will release growth hormone, releasing hormone, it is a signal for pituitary that I have to release the growth hormone. So when it comes to the inhibitory hormone, we'll talk about these three inhibitory hormones. मतलब inhibitory hormones में one is growth hormone inhibitory hormone. It will tell the pituitary that no need to release the growth hormone, right? And it is also known as, this inhibitory hormone is also known as somatostatin, right? Somatostatin. Then melanocyte stimulating hormone, inhibitory hormone, and your prolactin inhibitory hormone. So we will talk about these three inhibitory hormones as well. They will inhibit the secretion of pituitary. Is that clear? Yes, Anamika, is that clear? Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay, any doubt? Pakka? Sure? Sure? Chaliye. So then see this, it is mentioned in the notes. So releasing hormone will stimulate the secretion of pituitary, inhibitory hormones will stop it. So there is a table for all of you. Ye dekho, growth hormone, releasing hormone, it will act on the anterior lobe. Anterior lobe will release this growth hormone. And what is the another name of this growth hormone? What is the another name of this growth hormone? It is somatotropic hormone. What is the another name of this growth hormone? It is the somatotropic hormone. Is that clear? So what are the principal actions here? It stimulates the growth of body cells, especially of the bones of limbs, and it increases the protein synthesis, decreases the protein breakdown in adults. Right, bache? So the function is also given. I'm telling you, the notes are there and they are amazing. Trust me. Then thyrotropin hormone. What is this thyrotropin hormone? You can also call it as TSHRH. You can simply call it just a thyroid stimulating hormone. We can also call it as thyrotropin. We can also call it as thyrotropin. So it is thyrotropin hormone releasing hormone, will act on thyroid gland. So it controls the synthesis and secretion of thyroid hormone. Then adrenocorticotropic hormone releasing hormone will act on anterior lobe, ACTH. It will act on adrenal cortex. So let's be very specific. It is acting on adrenal cortex. So in the response of that, adrenal cortex will start releasing its hormone. Prolactin releasing hormone, right, bache? It will act on mammary glands, right? So prolactin, what is the word? It is also known as mammotrophic hormone. Prolactin, pro means production. Production, milk production will occur. That is how you have to remember. Production. Prolactin, production of what? Milk. So during pregnancy, it will act on the mammary gland and the milk production will be there. Right, bache? Right. The formation of milk production. Then gonadotropin releasing hormone, you have luteinizing hormone, FSH. So it will act on the gonads and these things will occur. So we will discuss the function individually here. Then bache, melanocyte stimulating hormone releasing hormone, MSH. It acts on skin pigment cells, that is your melanocytes. Right, melanin is the skin pigment, melanocytes in which that melanin is there. So it regulates the pigmentation of the skin, it darkens the skin color. I'll come to that also. Doubt? Yes? Any doubt? Done? And then see, neurohypophysis, no hormones are synthesized here. Hormones are synthesized in hypothalamus. It stores and releases two hormones, your oxytocin and antidiuretic hormone. And about the ADH, we have discussed that in the excretory products. ठीक है जी? So hormones originating in hypothalamic neurons, they pass through the axon, they are released from their nerve ending, right? So through portal circulatory system, it will reach, that hormones will reach to anterior pituitary, but posterior pituitary is under the direct neural regulation. So it is a PYQ, right? It is the PYQ. Is that clear? Is that clear? So let's talk about the pituitary, right? Already you know the hormones released by it. Let's discuss them and then let's continue. Okay? So basically, let's continue. So we are about to finish the pituitary next 10 minutes because oxytocin we have to discuss, prolactin and all, and then let's come to the thyroid gland. Okay? So when you talk about the pituitary, right? I don't know whether, we have completed the locomotion and movement. So you remember our skull? Our skull is having two sets of bone. Cranium is there. And we talk about the facial bones. And when you talk about the cranium, total 8 bones are there, total 14 bones are there. Total 8 bones are there, total 14 bones are there if you remember. Right? Just frontal, parietal, temporal, occipital, ethmoid, sphenoid. Remember? So, in the cranium, out of that 8 bones, one is sphenoid bone. One is what? One is sphenoid bone. One is what? One is sphenoid bone, right? What is it? It is sphenoid bone. So this sphenoid bone is having a kind of depression. Matlab, bones are also getting the depression these days. But actually a kind of, you can say that a kind of cavity, a kind of place. So this is in the sphenoid bone, it is known as sella turcica. What is the word for that cavity or the depression which is present in the sphenoid bone? What is the meaning of that? This is sphenoid bone. Which bone it is? It is the part of cranium. How many bones are there in cranium? 8 bones. What is the name of that? Frontal, parietal, temporal, occipital, ethmoid and sphenoid. ठीक है बच्चे? Ethmoid and sphenoid. I'm not going to discuss which one is paired, which one is unpaired. Do it by yourself. We have already completed it. Okay, bache? Okay. So, sella turcica. It is that conical depression present in the sphenoid bone. So, it is the home of your pituitary. Your pituitary gland is present here actually. Okay, it is present here actually. Is that clear? It is located in sella turcica, the bony cavity in the sphenoid bone attached to the, this gland is attached to the hypothalamus through infundibulum or through stalk. Is that clear? Right, so just look at the structure. So already told you that adenohypophysis is having pars distalis and pars intermedia. Then you have the posterior lobe. So just look at this diagram. Look at this diagram. It is present here. Here, I hope you guys can see that. This is that conical depression in your sphenoid bone. Here you have this pituitary gland. Right, bache? So this is the hypothalamus, infundibulum, and these are the different parts here. Okay? Okay? Right? So for pars distalis, pars tubralis word is also used. So do not get confused here. Okay? Do not get confused here. Understood? Understood? Okay? Sure. Yes? Tell me. Sure? Right, so see the list of hormones. Do I need to discuss it again? Yes? Do I need to discuss it again? Nahi na? So ye dekho. So this list should be there in your mind. Right? So everything is there in the notes today. Don't worry about it. So somatotrophin or the growth hormone, it's the same. So bhai, growth responsible for what? Responsible for what? Obviously for the growth, bache. So it is going to promote the, so it is for what? It is for the body growth. Okay? So it will promote elongation of bones. So it promotes elongation of bone. Yes, what will it do? It is going to promote, you can see the diagram there, elongation of, yes, elongation of bones. It stimulates the growth of muscles and cartilages. Okay, stimulates growth of muscles and cartilages. Okay, bache? And even when you talk about the organs like liver, it is also going to stimulate the, mitotic division, matlab cell division there. Okay, bache? Right, so number of cells will increase because of this growth hormone. Is that clear? Because of this growth hormone. Is that clear? Is that clear? So before disorders, let's discuss about its other functions also. Yes? Yes? Okay, so if I talk about this growth hormone now, in the case of lipids, let me tell you, it will promote the lipolysis, breakdown of lipids. In the case of proteins, if I tell you about its role in metabolism, right? So just say, let's say this growth hormone will act on the cells. Yes. Do I need to write it? Tell me. So this growth hormone increases amino acid uptake of cells and promote protein synthesis. Right, it promotes protein synthesis. Understood? Understood? And for the carbohydrate, it decreases the uptake of cell. Right, when it comes to the carbohydrates, carbs, it decreases. Yes, bache, what is the point here? It decreases uptake of glucose in the cells. So if, let's say, glucose are not taking up if cells are not taking up the glucose, it means within the cell, right? Within the cell, matlab cells are not picking up that glucose is there in the blood. So it can be a diabetic hormone, diabetogenic hormone, matlab it can cause that diabetes also in this way. Matlab this growth hormone is having different role for the metabolism of these substrates. Okay. Okay. So as I said, the most important thing is the disorders, right? We cannot miss the disorders. So disorders can be due to, yes, it is the growth hormone, right? Here you are talking about the growth hormone. So either the hyposecretion will cause the disorder. Hypo means less. Hypo means less. Matlab that the growth hormone amount is less in our body. Second is hypersecretion. Second is hypersecretion. Right? Then what? Hypersecretion. Matlab excessively it will be released. Excessively it will be released. Is that clear? Right? Hyposecretion is there, hypersecretion is there. So both the things can cause the disorder. So when it is the hyposecretion, right? So basically, if it is in childhood, the bones, legs and hand, they will become long and basically, right, sorry, if it is the hyposecretion, dwarfism can occur. Am I right? Dwarfism can occur. The height of that person will not increase. It will result in dwarfism. Isn't it? Isn't it? Yes or no? It will result in dwarfism. Isn't it? And when you talk about the hypersecretion, you will talk about gigantism and acromegaly. These are the two things that we have to discuss. So you should know, right? When, let's say, if acromegaly is written, you should know, right? You should know that you are talking about the disorders of the growth hormone, right? You're talking about the disorder of the growth hormone. Is that clear? So gigantism, acromegaly, it is because of the hypersecretion. Now what is happening? What is happening here? Chaliye, let me show you. When there is the over secretion of growth hormone in adults, matlab excess of secretion of this hormone, especially in the middle age bache, especially in the middle age, it will result in acromegaly. Matlab disfigurement of face can occur. This disfigurement of face can occur. Matlab excessively, right? Excessively that face will grow, that hands will grow, right? So this is the acromegaly. So it can result in serious complication and premature death as well. Right, bache? Right. So it is released in the middle ages actually. Okay. Okay. So bones of face, they will enlarge. Bones of vertebral column and forelimbs, they will enlarge. Okay. Right. So bones of face, they will enlarge. Bones of vertebral column, bones of forelimbs, they enlarge, but abnormally. Right, abnormally. Now over secretion of growth hormone can also cause gigantism. It is the abnormal growth of body. Lower secretion mane dwarfism, stunted growth. Now this gigantism is something normal bache. Let's say excess of secretion in childhood. Matlab here the hypersecretion is in childhood. Here it is in the middle age. That is what you need to understand. Right, it is in the childhood. Hypersecretion is there in the childhood. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point here? So bones of legs, hands, they'll become very long. The height of that person will increase too much. Right, bache? Right, bache? But here it is in the middle age. It is results in disfigurement. They say abnormally face enlargement. Right? The enlargement of the limbs and all. It is like that. Okay? It is like that. Okay? Done. So hypersecretion in childhood. Hypersecretion in childhood, the bones of leg and hands, they will become very long. So overall you will see that height of that person will definitely increase without any doubt. Okay, without any doubt. Okay, right? So body can become imbalanced also here. Chaliye. Now let's talk about the prolactin. As I said, production of what? Milk production. So it regulates the growth of mammary glands and formation of milk. So it is responsible for lactation after delivery. After delivery means childbirth. For childbirth, which word do we use? Parturition. Parturition. For childbirth, what is the term? It is the parturition. So you know that after the delivery, the female mammary glands, they start lactating, milk production is there. So prolactin is going to play the role. And in the chapter human reproduction, we will also talk about the progesterone. So we will see that how progesterone will act, right? It will also help in the enlargement of mammary glands, right? During the pregnancy, prolactin is mainly acting on the cells of the mammary gland, right? So it is in the human reproduction you will cover. We'll get to know there that in the mammary gland, we'll see that there are some lobes, right? 15 to 20 mammary lobes are there. That lobes are having cells. We are calling them as alveoli. So prolactin will act on that alveoli, and these alveoli, they'll secrete the milk which will get stored here. Okay, which will get stored here. So it is also considered as the hormone of maternity. Is that clear? It is also considered as the hormone of maternity. Is that clear? Is that clear? So it is having another names also, जैसे luteotrophic या lactogenic hormone. Or memotrophic hormone. So it is having another names also. So how do you need to remember this? You need to remember it in this way, that it is helpful in the production, right? Arey yaar, it's N. It is helpful in the production, the secretion of milk by that. ठीक है बच्चे? Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. And as I said, where are you going to discuss it? Human reproduction chapter. So prolactin is responsible for the production of milk. It is responsible for lactation. It is responsible for lactation. Right, lactation. But oxytocin, I'm mentioning it here only, right? Because I think when we compare now, we understand the things in a better way. So you know that oxytocin synthesized by hypothalamus, synthesized by hypothalamus, right बच्चे? Stored or released by? Stored in posterior lobe of pituitary, and obviously released by posterior lobe of pituitary. We know it very well. Now when you talk about this oxytocin, right? O for out, O for out. बच्चे, I told you it is also known as milk ejection hormone or milk let down hormone, right? Milk ejection hormone and milk let down hormone. So no doubt mammary glands, they'll produce the milk, right? Milk will be synthesized there. But when that baby, when that newborn, when that baby will give suckling stimulus, right? When that baby will suck the nipples of the mother, when that baby will give the suckling stimulus to the mammary glands, then right, the oxytocin will be released, and it is responsible for the ejection of milk. It is responsible for the ejection of milk. Are you getting my point? Right? So production prolactin, but when it is the ejection, oxytocin. Right? Other than that, this oxytocin, it acts on smooth muscle cells of our body. You know, the smooth muscles, involuntary they are. Right? We cannot control their function with our own will. We cannot control the function of these smooth muscles with our own will. Right, bache? So smooth muscles, they line what? Can you tell me? Smooth muscles, they are lining the hollow organs of our body. Just say our gut lining. Our gut lining is having the smooth muscle fibers. Just say when we talk about the gut now, when we talk about the alimentary canal, I'm giving you the example. Remember the histology, something from the histology of alimentary canal. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Just say SM is the trick. Right? Mucosa layer, innermost layer. Submucosa, just below this mucosa. Right? Muscularis is there. Muscularis is there. And then comes the serosa. Then comes the serosa, which is also known as visceral peritoneum, which is also known as visceral peritoneum. Now, muscularis, muscles. Which muscles? Smooth muscles are present there, no? So you know that, right? When we eat something, peristalsis occur. You know na, peristalsis, rhythmic contraction and relaxation of smooth muscles. Rhythmic contraction and relaxation of smooth muscles. Rhythmic contraction and relaxation of smooth muscles. It is peristalsis. It is peristalsis, and that peristalsis will help that food to pass down. So smooth muscles are present there. Oxytocin acts on the smooth muscle, that helps in that. Plus your blood vessels, right? Your capillaries, they are also having smooth muscle cells in their walls, na? So oxytocin will help in that too. And now the very important thing is the uterus in the case of females. You know na, uterus is what? Womb, hystera. Yes, uterus is what? Womb, hystera. So in the case of uterus also, if you remember, outer covering is perimetrium, right? Perimetrium. Middle one is myometrium. So myometrium, myo word is associated with muscle. Inner one is endometrium, inner glandular and secretory. So this myometrium muscle, which muscle is there? Smooth muscle. Which muscle is there? Smooth muscle. So bache, right? So oxytocin will act on these smooth muscles, right? It will result in the vigorous contractions of that uterus, and that help in the childbirth, right? So during childbirth, a signal will be initiated by the fetus itself. Then mother's hypothalamus will tell posterior lobe of pituitary to release the oxytocin. That oxytocin will act here, right? And what is going to happen? The muscular movement will occur. The smooth muscles will help, right? The contraction will start, and the childbirth will be possible. Clear, bache? And the childbirth will be possible. Is that clear? Sure. Okay. Sure. Right? So during, जैसे let's say when a female is pregnant, so doctors, for initiating that labor pain na, they give the injections of oxytocin to initiate the labor pain, right? Are you getting my point? So that is how this oxytocin acts, and it is a love hormone, bonding hormone. That bond that we feel, it is also because of oxytocin. Right now I don't want to dive in the depth of that part, okay? So that is how you can compare. So I hope the function of prolactin clear. Thyroid stimulating hormone released by pituitary, you know that it will tell thyroid to release the hormone, nothing much. Adrenocorticotrophin will tell adrenal cortex to release the hormones. Then comes the role of FSH and LH. Okay? Here comes the role of FSH and LH. Right, bache? Firstly, start with the FSH. What is this FSH? It is follicle stimulating hormone. Bache, in the case of male and even in the case of female, you guys are going to see these hormones. Right? It's not like that it is only there in the male. Yeah, it is only there in the female. No, it is secreted both in male and in female. Right, it is secreted in both, in male as well as female. Right? Okay, chaliye. Now what is the role of it? जैसे males में stimulates spermatogenesis. What is spermatogenesis? Sperm production, obviously. Genesis means formation. Spermatogenesis, sperm formation. Spermatogenesis, sperm formation. So in males it stimulates spermatogenesis and normal functioning of seminiferous tubule. Now see, as I said, this chapter is very much required for the human reproduction. Okay, and things are connected. Things are connected. So if you are in class 11, you find it difficult to understand. But if you are a dropper, you have covered it already, you know it. So you know that in the case of males, right, the testes are extra-abdominal. They are outside the abdomen. They are in a pouch-like structure. That pouch-like structure is known as scrotum. That pouch-like structure is known as scrotum. So the pair of testes will be in that pouch-like structure, scrotum. So when you talk about the testes, I'm not talking about the layers here. I'm just trying to show you something. So when we see the inner part of the testis, inner section of the testis, we'll see that there are some compartments in the testis. We use the word testicular lobules for that. Testicular lobules for that. And in that testicular lobules, we have highly coiled seminiferous tubules. What do we have? We have highly coiled seminiferous tubules. What do we have there? We have highly coiled seminiferous tubules. Are you getting my point? So these seminiferous tubules, this is the actual location of spermatogenesis, right? It is the actual location of spermatogenesis. It is the place, right? It is the place where the sperm production will occur. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right. So when we take the cross section, that क्रॉस सेक्शन ऑफ दी सेमिनिफेरस ट्यूब्यूल, जैसे ये देखो 1 2 3 हाईली coiled seminiferous tubules are present in the testicular lobule here, in each testicular lobule here. So when you take the section of these seminiferous tubule, right, it is in human reproduction as well. Just let's say, right, you are taking a cross section there. So these are the seminiferous tubule. So in between, what do you have? In between you have the Leydig cells. In between you have the Leydig cells. It is also known as interstitial cells. They are also known as interstitial cells. So actually the sperm production is there in the wall of seminiferous tubule, right? Which hormone is responsible for that? FSH, follicle stimulating hormone. Now bache, your luteinizing hormone, LH. In the case of males, this LH will act on these Leydig cells, and the Leydig cell or the interstitial cells, in response to that, they'll release male sex hormones. They'll release male sex hormones, and that is, right, we also call them as androgens, and you know that mainly it is the testosterone. Testosterone. What is it? It is the testosterone, right? So testosterone, the primary sex hormone in the case of males. The primary sex hormone in the case of males. Okay? Right, bache? Right. So testosterone will be released. So luteinizing hormone will help in there. Right. So in the chapter human reproduction, you people will understand about it in a better way. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. So in the case of males, because this luteinizing hormone, it is acting on the Leydig cells. Leydig cells, also known as interstitial cells, they are present here in the stroma, in the connective tissue part of this seminiferous tubule. So this LH is also known as ICSH in the case of males. I'm talking about the males here. What is the meaning of ICSH? Interstitial cell stimulating hormone. Interstitial cell stimulating hormone. What do we call it? Interstitial cell stimulating hormone. Is that clear? Is that clear? It is interstitial cell stimulating hormone. Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay. So that is how in the case of males it's going to work. Now in females, when you talk about the females, in the case of females we know that ovary is there. And just like kidney, just like adrenal cortex, in the ovary also, we'll see the medulla part and the cortex part. and the cortex part. It's not like that ki there is a clear cut demarcation. This is cortex, this is medulla. No, this middle part having more blood vessel, right? Having more blood vessel is medulla. Outer one is the cortex. Okay, outer one is the cortex. So here in the cortex, bache, we see some cells, right? These are the follicular cells, right? Again, I'm telling you, I'm not going into the depth of that, right? We will understand about it in the human reproduction chapter. So we are talking about the follicular cells. What are we talking? Follicular cells, right bache? So ovarian cells, we can also call them as ovarian cell or follicular cells. Okay? So when you use the word follicle, follicle means group of cells. Actually, you know that in the ovary, in the cortex part, oogenesis occur. Right, the ovum formation is there in the cortex part, right, to be more specific. So these are follicles. Within them, you know that the oogonia will develop, your oocyte rather will develop, and the gamete production will be there. So again, I'm saying, I'm not entering in the depth. So all I'm saying is that this FSH, it acts on follicle. It acts on follicles, because within these follicles, bache, that the oocyte will grow, right? The primary oocyte, then secondary, and finally, basically, you know that the egg production will be there. So this FSH, it acts on follicles. It help in the growth, या फिर we can say proliferation of follicles. Okay, proliferation of follicles. Are you getting my point? Now, one thing that you need to understand is that when the FSH, when it acts on the follicular cells, when it helps in the proliferation of the follicular cells, these follicular cells, they also release, ovarian cells, they also release estrogen, right? Estrogen. So we know that estrogen is also the primary sex hormone in the case of females. Are you getting my point? It is the primary sex hormone in the case of females. This estrogen act on mammary gland of female also, matlab help in the, basically increase the fat amount of the, basically help in the growth of the mammary gland, right? This estrogen, it also act on the endometrial lining, right? Endometrial lining. You know that endometrium is the innermost layer of uterus. So again, I'm telling you, I'm not entering in the depth there, because we will discuss it in the human reproduction. But one thing that you need to understand is that FSH is responsible for this estrogen release as well. ठीक है जी? Okay. Now, basically in the ovarian cortex, the follicles are growing. Follicles are growing under the influence of FSH, and we know that within the follicle, even that oocyte is also growing. So when this follicle becomes mature, we call it as Graafian follicle, right? So bache, in our body, when FSH is releasing, it is acting on the follicular cells. It is acting on the follicular cells. The ovarian cells, your follicular cells, in response to that is also releasing estrogen. They are also releasing estrogen. So when in our body the estrogen amount increases, it also sends a signal to the brain. It also sends a signal to the hypothalamus. And what is going to happen? Your luteinizing hormone secretion will also be there. Alright? So जैसे FSH है, it is responsible for the secretion of estrogen. Slowly when the amount of estrogen is increasing, it is giving a signal to the brain that it's the time to release the LH as well. And when the level of estrogen and LH increases, it decreases the FSH secretion also. It is related to that feedback mechanism. We'll talk about it. So this luteinizing hormone will act on that mature follicle, right? It will act on that mature follicle, right? And it is helpful. It is basically it's a surge, its maximum amount is required for the ovulation. So ovulation is the release of ovum from this mature or the Graafian follicle. Ovulation is the release of ovum from that mature or the Graafian follicle. This is the ovulation. So LH surge is required for that. Okay? LH surge is required for that. LH surge is required for that. Are you getting my point? LH surge is required for that. Is that clear? Is that clear? LH surge is required for that. Okay, for the ovulation. And later on, after the release of egg, this Graafian follicle, because luteinizing hormone has been released, the lutein protein is accumulated, right? It will accumulate here in the Graafian follicle. It will convert that into a yellowish body, right? You say LH will act on mature follicle. Again, I'm telling you, I'm not talking about the mechanism here. And ovulation will occur when there is the LH surge, right? Maximum amount of LH is required for ovulation. So this LH, right? So after the release of egg, this mature follicle, we call it as corpus luteum. Corpus luteum, it is the yellowish body. Why is it yellow? Because the lutein protein is accumulated here, right? So this corpus luteum, it releases the progesterone, right? Another female sex hormone. Again, it is also steroidal in nature. So if it is steroidal in nature, its receptors are present in, yes students, if it is steroidal in nature, its receptors are present in, it is steroidal in nature, its receptors are present in, tell me quickly. Yes? Receptors are intracellular. So this progesterone is anti-abortion hormone. It maintains the pregnancy. It is the one that is responsible for maintaining the pregnancy. It will make that endometrial cell, it will not allow the endometrium to shed off. It will be like you stay like that, you stay secretory, because the implantation has to occur. It is important for the pregnancy. So that is how it is related. So somewhere we can say FSH is responsible for estrogen release and LH is responsible for this progesterone release. So FSH, LH together, they are gonadotrophins acting on gonad, and you know how are they working. So progesterone and estrogen, right? Progesterone and estrogen, they are steroidal, but your FSH and LH, they comes under that protein or the polypeptide hormone category. Okay, do not confuse it. Do not confuse it. Okay, do not confuse it. So that's how it is. So stimulates gonadal activity, and I know and you know how is it going to play the role in the male and the female. Okay, ji. So luteinizing hormone, ICSH. So it stimulates gonadal activity, and you know how it is going to work. I have already explained it. And then let's talk about the MSH. Let's talk about the MSH. Melanocyte stimulating hormone, inhibitory hormone. Melanocyte stimulating hormone, melanocyte stimulating hormone it is. ठीक है बच्चे? Okay. So it is secreted by, yes, middle lobe, that's what we say. It is secreted by middle lobe, that's what we say. And in the case of human, we know that this pars intermedia, right, it is merged with the pars distalis. So we can say that the anterior lobe of pituitary itself is releasing this MSH, isn't it? Isn't it, bache? Isn't it? So this MSH is produced in all vertebrates, but it is more effective in lower vertebrates, remember that. Okay? So how is it helping? How is it helping? Yes, it stimulates the melanocytes. It stimulates the melanocytes, melanin containing cells they are. What are melanocytes? Melanin containing cell. So it stimulates the melanocytes to synthesize melanin, right? To synthesize melanin in humans. So melanin is our skin pigment, bache, right? That our skin pigment, that hair color, that eye color. Why? Melanin is there. Just the people who are suffering from albinism, albinos, yeah, albinism, they don't have melanin production and it is dangerous. Melanin is very important for our skin. And do you know that, just I always share this thing in the class itself. Just we girls, we are having a scooty uniform, right? When we ride the scooty or any two-wheeler, we are having a uniform. We are going to put up the shirt, full sleeve shirt, then we'll put up the gloves, right? Then we'll make sure that we apply the sunscreen should be there on our face. Then we will cover our face with the scarf, then obviously the glasses and the helmet. We have a scooty uniform, right? Literally we have a scooty uniform. Why? Because we don't want the tanning. We don't want the tanning, right? We want to protect our skin. But what is this tanning? What is this? Actually, it is the melanin deposition. And why Why the melanin get deposited when we have that frequent sunlight exposure? Very simple it is, guys. Very simple it is. Let me tell you what's the story here, right? So in our skin, that melanin deposition is that's why the melanin deposition is there, because it will protect our skin. It will not allow the harmful UV radiations of sun to enter, right, to penetrate there in the cells like this, right? So that's why melanin deposition is there. Basically, in simple words, if I have to say, it will protect us from the harmful radiations of the sun, right? But we don't want tanning. We don't want tanning. We are okay if there is vitamin D deficiency in our case, but we do not want tanning. You know that. Okay, so that is how it is. That is how it is. So this MSH helps in the melanin production. Okay, bache? Right? So role of MSH in determining skin color in the case of human is still doubtful. The role of this MSH in determining, right, determining the skin color is still doubtful in our case. Okay, bache? So melanin is responsible for kind of darkening the complexion of skin, because right. So this melanin pigment it is basically this melanin it get distributed under our skin evenly. So it is responsible for darkening our skin. Okay, it is responsible for darkening our skin. So this hormone darkens the complexion of skin by distributing melanin pigment evenly under the skin. Evenly under the skin. Okay, so regulate pigmentation of skin. It is responsible for, but I told you that in invertebrates also this MSH is having a great role. So it help in metacrosis, matlab change in the color that we see in the case of amphibian and reptile. It is because of that. Okay, bache, right? So in humans its function is not so clear, but yeah, in poikilotherms, that is your cold-blooded animals, I told you about its role. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes, so this is about the MSH. Now, bache, I already told you about the oxytocin role. Now, let's talk about the role of ADH. So, if you follow this series regularly, you know that we have discussed that in the excretory product and its elimination, vasopressin, anti-diuretic hormone. So, the very first thing that you need to know is what is diuresis. Diuresis means excess of urination. Diuresis means excess of urination. So if I am saying excess of urination, what is it? It is excess of urination. Anti-diuretic hormone. It prevents diuresis. It prevents the excess of urination. Matlab, in our body, when there is a water scarcity, or you can say that in our body, when it is the need to conserve the body water in the body, then ADH is released, right? ADH is released. So hypothalamus will get the signal through osmoreceptors that in your body the body fluid volume is disturbed. So it's the time that ADH should release so that it can conserve more water within the body, so that it can prevent the urination. This is the role of ADH. Okay, so it mainly acts at the kidney, stimulates the reabsorption of water and electrolytes by your DCT, and therefore reduces the loss of water. Okay, okay, bache. And vasopressin, so remember, it is having constrictory effect on blood vessels, right? Vasoconstrictory effect on blood vessels, right, bache? Pressur's effect we call it as. Okay, and this is about the vasopressin. So whenever let's say if a person had that alcohol or something, right? So after that, they frequently go for the urination. Why? Because when we are loaded with that, fluids, right? Or you can say that even after the tea or coffee. So basically so even when we take that tea, coffee or something, we go out, right? Those who drink a lot of tea and all, so you know that they go out for the urination very frequently. Why? Because that things they suppress the release of ADH in our body. Right, it is like the body is like getting a signal. The osmoreceptors are providing a signal to the brain, to the hypothalamus. Ki yaar, chill. Body fluid volume is there. No need to release the ADH. So if there is less ADH in our body, matlab will go out for the urination excessively. So if remember, hyposecretion matlab less secretion of ADH can cause diabetes insipidus. What is it? It is diabetes insipidus. It is different from mellitus. Insipidus, diabetes insipidus. Right? So it is because of the hyposecretion of ADH. So that person will be under constant thirst. Why? Because right? Why? Because there is excess of urination. Right? So with that urine, even the essential electrolytes will also pass. That person is under the constant thirst. Polydipsia. This condition is the polydipsia. Right? This condition is what? This condition is the polydipsia. Is that clear? Right? So polyuria, polydipsia will be there. So here, right, even the low BP can also occur in that case. Low BP, you know, no blood pressure. So constant thirst. So this is the term that I have used. Polydipsia, excessive thirst. Right, bache? And even dehydration can occur. The urine will be, diluted. It will be too much diluted, etc. So this is the diabetes insipidus. It is responsible for tasteless urine. Okay, it is responsible for tasteless urine. Okay, so as I said, it is different from diabetes mellitus. Remember, it is different from diabetes mellitus. So in diabetes mellitus, we say na urine is sweet. Why? This is my way to remember this. Urine is having the glucose there. So when you are talking about the diabetes mellitus, so basically it is characterized by glycosuria, presence of glucose in urine, and ketonuria. Ketone bodies are present in the urine. Right? Diabetes mellitus. Type 1, type 2 is there. We'll start the pancreas, then we will discuss it. So diabetes mellitus and diabetes insipidus, it is different. So one more hormone is there, the pineal gland, a very important role, hormone, a gland. Why? Because it is responsible for the circadian rhythm, biological clock. So you know that in the case of females, we say that on an average, right, our menstrual cycle is of 28 or 29 days. Right? How our body will get to know? Now it's the time for me to ovulate, it's the time for me to do this and do that, because circadian rhythms, because of this biological clock that we have. Right? Just say, let's say, no doubt these days so our sleep cycle is totally, it's not even proper, right? So you know that mostly, just say normally, if you will see that during the evening time, our bodies will start feeling sleepy, right? Resting stage mein, we feel like that we should take the rest. Why? The body is designed, the circadian rhythms are in such a way, right? And when you talk about the pineal gland, what is it going to release? It releases melatonin. Do not confuse it with MSH. That is melanocyte stimulating hormone. Melanin production. It is melatonin. So pineal gland releases melatonin. This pineal gland is very important, bache. Right, bache? Why? Because it maintains the biological clock. It maintains our circadian rhythm. Okay, and the darkness is where they say rhythm. So darkness, right? Darkness induces the secretion of pineal gland. So pineal gland, a very important gland, right? It is a very important gland, right? Why? It is making the, yes, it is making this what? It is making the circadian rhythms of our body. Is that clear? It is making the circadian rhythms of our body. Is that clear? Yes, if there is any doubt, do let me know. So melatonin, it will form melatonin, and melatonin is amino acid derived. Okay? Okay? So it plays a role in the, very important role in the regulation of 24-hour diurnal rhythm of our body. Right, bache? That sleep-wake cycle. Okay, the body temperature, etc. Fine, it influences the metabolism, even the pigmentation, menstrual cycle and defense capability. It regulates our sexual maturity as well. Okay? Okay? Done? So this hormone is also responsible for controlling the sexual behavior in our case. Okay? Done. Okay, so remember in the case of this melatonin na, बच्चे melatonin is antagonist of, मतलब it is also somewhere playing the role in metacrosis in amphibians and reptile. So it is antagonist. जैसे देखो, we will use two words, agonist having same functions, antagonist opposite function. जैसे two hormones when they behave oppositely. जैसे if you remember the plants, gibberellin and ABA, they are antagonist. Their function is opposite to each other. In the case of pancreas, glucagon and insulin, they are antagonist, right? So melatonin and MSH is also considered as antagonist, though they are playing role in the skin pigmentation. Your melatonin, it lightens the skin. जैसे MSH, it darkens the skin. This one lightens the skin. This one lightens the skin. ठीक है? Pineal gland. So darkness is going to, जैसे ये देखो, night dark period will stimulate its secretion, right? It will stimulate its secretion. Is that clear? चलिए. So next is the, हाँ जी, next is the thyroid gland, a very important gland. Yes, it's a very important gland, and it is the largest gland. Are you getting my point? It is the largest gland. Okay, चलिए. So let's discuss thyroid gland. So can you name the hormones released by thyroid gland? By any chance, do you want to try? It is the largest endocrine gland in the body. Largest endocrine gland in the body. Done. So it is the largest. हाँ मैडम छू मंतर है ना, washroom break, you know. So thyroid gland, largest endocrine gland of our body. Okay, largest endocrine gland of our body. Is that clear? Okay. चलिए. So let's talk about thyroid gland. Look at the position here. ये देखो, you know ना, hyoid bone, the one that is supporting the tongue, larynx part, right? So here on the either side of this trachea, you will see this, right, lobe-like structure, butterfly shaped, or a kind of, so basically we call it as H-shaped, या butterfly shaped, या bilobed gland it is. Right, bilobed gland it is. So when you look at its structure na, so जैसे this one lobe, second lobe, so in between, can you see this connective, can you see this thing which is connecting these two lobes? It is isthmus. And this isthmus is non-glandular. So non-glandular matlab it is not secretory, these two lobes are. It is not secretory, these two lobes are. Is that clear? It is not secretory, these two lobes are. Okay. Done. So a largest endocrine gland originates from the endoderm of the embryo, right? It originates from the endoderm of the embryo. ठीक है बच्चे, right? So it is having what? Each of its lobe, it is bilobed, highly vascular organ. Each of its lobe is located on the either side of trachea and the neck and interconnected through a thin flap, and that thin flap of connective tissue is isthmus. So this is the most important thing, that isthmus is non-glandular here. Isthmus is non-glandular here, right? This isthmus is what? Isthmus is non-glandular here. Now let's say bache, if you will take the section, right? If you will take the section of the thyroid gland, you are going to see some things. Let me tell you. The cell shape that I am drawing is not proper. Okay, this is just for your reference. Let's say you are taking the section of the thyroid gland. Okay, in the case of thyroid gland, you are going to talk about 3 hormones. Okay, what are we going to discuss? We are going to discuss about the 3 hormones. We will talk about the T3, T4 and TCT. These are the 3 hormones that we are going to discuss. T3, T4, TCT. T3, triiodothyronin. Triiodothyronin. Tetraiodothyronin. Why are we using this ido word here? Iodine. Yes, iodine is very important here. Iodine is very important for the formation of this T3 and T4. And when we are saying TCT, right, it is thyrocalcitrophin, or it is calcitonin, or you can call it as calcitonin. Okay, so these are the 3 hormones that are released by your thyroid gland, right? These are the 3 hormones that are released by your thyroid gland. Firstly, note it down. Yes, do it quickly. Thyrocalcitonin or thyrocalcitonin it is. ठीक है, thyrocalcitonin or calcitonin, triiodothyronin, tetraiodothyronin. This is also known as thyroxine. So I am talking about these 2 hormones here. These triiodothyronins, these iodothyronins, you know na, their receptors are, yes, please tell me about their receptors. Please tell me about their receptors. Please tell me about their receptors. Their receptors are, I am talking about this T3 and T4. I am talking about this T3 and T4. Their receptors are, yes, intracellular. Exactly, intracellular. To be more specific, intranuclear. So T3, T4, TCT, these are the 3 hormones released by thyroid gland, and this triiodothyronin is the most potent one. We will discuss it now. So thyrocalcitonin, yeah, calcitonin, it is non-iodinated. Matlab here you don't need iodine, but for these 2, yes, you need the iodine. Okay, now look at the section here. Look at this section here. Just say when you talk about the thyroid gland, here now, can you see this group of cells? These are the follicular cells. We are calling them as the follicular cells. Here, this is a kind of cavity. In this cavity, you will see the colloid is present. Now, in between these, you will see here the connective tissue is there, no? The connective tissue, for that we also use the word stroma. So here in the stroma, you will see some cells. They are parafollicular cells. We also call them as C cells. We also call them as C cells. They are the parafollicular cells. We also call them as C cells. Is that clear? So stroma is having these small cluster means group, small cluster of cells. This is the parafollicular cells and the C cells, right bache, right? So basically we are talking about the thyroid gland having 2 lobes connected by a non-glandular isthmus. Okay, so thyroid may you talk about the follicles and the stroma, right? We talk about in the case of thyroid gland, we talk about the follicles and the stromal tissue, or you can simply call it as stroma, right? You can simply call it as stroma, right? So each thyroid follicle, जैसे this is a complete follicle here. Can you see that? Yes, Ashok, Krishna, this is a complete follicle here. This follicle is obviously having these follicular cells. Can you see that? Right? So they are enclosing a cavity. They are enclosing a cavity. So remember, actually, these follicular cells, they release T3, T4, right? They release these iodinated hormone. And the parafollicular cell, it releases calcitonin. It releases calcitonin. So it should be clear to you. It should be clear to you. Yes or no? It should be clear to you. Yes or no? Tell me quickly. Yes. So when you talk about the thyroid gland, it is having the follicle and the stroma. Follicle is having the follicular cells, and here in the follicular cells, these follicular cells are responsible for the release of T3 and T4. These follicular cells are responsible for the release of T3 and T4. And in between the follicles, you will see the stroma here. You will see the group of your cluster of cells. That is the parafollicular cells. Clear, bache? That is the parafollicular cells or the C cells. Okay? Done? So it will release calcitonin. Firstly, remember this. Then we will discuss the next part. Okay? Okay? Done? Then I will discuss about its function. Firstly, tell me, is it clear or not? Is it clear or not? Sure? Done? So these follicular cells, they are cuboidal in nature. Matlab, they are cube-like, and they are the one that will release T3, T4. And here in this colloid, here in this cavity, you will see that T3, T4, they are stored. So basically, you can write it down that thyroid gland is the only endocrine gland. Okay, you can just write it down. This thyroid is the only endocrine gland, right? It is the only endocrine gland that can store its hormones in inactive stage. That can store its hormone in inactive stage. Are you getting my point? In inactive stage. Are you getting my point? And that too for around 90 days or something. Okay? Okay? Yes? Yes or no? Thyroid gland. So it is the only gland in this cavity, in this colloid, it can store it, right? In this cavity, in this colloid, it can store that hormone, right? T3, T4. So remember, iodine is very important for them. Iodine is very important for their synthesis. No iodine means no this T3, T4. Okay, so wait. ये देखो, this is the colloidal part, the follicular cells, they are cuboidal in nature. In between, you will see the parafollicular cells, right? So this is the stroma in the surrounding. Stroma, the connective tissue. What kind of connective tissue it is? Loose connective tissue it is. So here you will see what? The cluster of cells, we are calling them as C cells, and they are non-C cells will release calcitonin. So calcitonin, calcium, it will play a role in the calcium metabolism. We will discuss it, but remember, it is non-iodinated. So do I need to repeat it, or is it clear? Do I need to repeat it, or is it clear? Yes guys, do I need to repeat it, or is it clear? So remember here, your T3, T4, they will be stored. Right, your T4 mainly. Bache dekho, T4. See, I told you T3 is more potent, right? Right, or I am writing it here, ki T3 is 4 times. You can write down this line. I hope it is visible to you. T3 is 4 times. It is 4 times more effective than T4. It is 4 times more effective than T4. Yes, it is 4 times more effective than T4. Which one? Your T3. Your T3 production, right? T3 production is just 20%, bache. is just 20% and your T4 production is 80%. But I'm saying it is more potent. So basically I'm saying that your T3 is 4 times more effective, right? It is 4 times more effective than T4. Just when sometimes we go to the doctor, right? Doctor is like, you have to take this medicine for the 7 days, 8 days, and then it will show its effect. But sometimes some medicines, they just show their effect after just one tablet, right? Why? Because they are more potent. Potency is the thing here. Let's say you are having a sugar solution. If you are putting the 10 drops of that sugar solution, then it is giving you some sweet taste. But you have another sugar solution that is highly concentrated. Even if you are putting 1 drop, it is just giving you that taste. So that is how you can just compare. So potency, when you are talking about the potency, matlab its effectiveness, T3 is more potent. T3 is more potent than T4. This is important to remember. Is that clear? Is that clear? So it will be stored in the follicles, right? So these, yes bache, right? Yes, so it is stored in the follicle. These thyroid hormones, they are stored in the follicle, right bache? Yes, for 3 months, matlab 90 days, okay, for 90 days. And for the thyroxins, for this thyroxin, T4 is known as thyroxin, you need iodine, so we need now, but tyrosine amino acid is very important. Amino acids play a great role here, right? We'll discuss it in the biomolecules as well. Okay, is that clear? Is that clear? Sure? Are you sure? Chaliye. So this is a one flow chart, right? Just to explain you something, I added it, right? It is from a very wonderful book. So what is it saying? Ki thyroid hormone levels drop below the normal range. When the thyroid hormone level is below the normal range, it is sending a signal to the hypothalamus. Hypothalamus will tell. Hypothalamus will release this thyroid stimulating hormone releasing hormone that will act on the anterior lobe of pituitary. Anterior lobe of pituitary will release TSH. That from the blood, it will act on the thyroid gland. So circulation throughout the body by a blood, and then it will stimulate the thyroid gland. How? Because thyroid gland is having the receptors to which this TSH can bind. Okay, so TSH stimulates the endocrine cells in the thyroid gland to secrete hormones T3 and T4 into the circulatory system, right? So the thyroid hormone level will increase in the blood and body tissue, returning to the normal range. So thyroid hormone acts on the target cell throughout the body to control its bioenergetics. It maintains normal blood pressure, heart rate, muscle tone, regulate digestive and reproductive functions. ठीक है बच्चे? Okay, okay, ठीक है? So that is how everything is connected. This is all about this. So now we will talk about its disorders. So tyrosine hormone is very important. Tyrosine amino acid is very important for this T4. ठीक है जी? Right? So iodine is essential for the synthesis of hormone at normal rate in the thyroid. ठीक है? जैसे now one more thing. You know ना tadpole? What is tadpole? Tadpole is the larva. It is the larva. It's frog's larva. Right? Let's say if tadpole is in a water where iodine is not there. Let's say if tadpole, it is in a water where iodine is not there. You know what? This tadpole cannot be. Matlab if its thyroid gland is removed, na, if it is not having the thyroid gland, na, it will not metamorphosize. Its metamorphosis will not occur. Right? It will not metamorphosize into the adult. Right? And let's say if it is in a water where the iodine deficiency is there, thyroid hormones will not form, it will not be able to metamorphosize. So that is also this thyroid gland here, it is very important for the metamorphosis of this tadpole into the adult. So these are kind of PYQs. Okay, these are the PYQs that you people should know. Okay, chaliye. So we are going to talk about the disorders. Chalo, directly let's do it from the slide itself. So the word is hypothyroidism. Hypo means low secretion of these hormones. So very common is goiter, and we are talking about the simple goiter. We are talking about the simple goiter here, right? Just people, especially those who are living in the hilly areas, right, on the mountains. right, they have that less iodine in their diet. That's why they are getting that type of disorders. They say deficiency of iodine in our diet can result in this hypothyroidism and the enlargement of the thyroid gland, right? So I'm telling you about the disorders first, then I'll talk about the functions. I just missed the function part now. Chalo koi baat nahi. Firstly, let's complete this. Okay, let's complete this. Okay, then I'll talk about the functions. So it is the simple goiter. It is a simple goiter. Okay, so people, those who are living in the hilly areas, right? So in their case, they see it more. So it is a simple goiter, and sometimes we also call it as endemic goiter. Endemic, restricted. Okay, bache? So they have less iodine in their diet. So if they'll start containing the iodinated salt, this problem will not be there. This problem will not be there. So it is related to the hypothyroidism. It is related to the hypothyroidism. Now, cretinism, very important. Bache, it is in the pregnant women. So when there is the hypothyroidism during pregnancy, right, it also shows symptoms like dwarfism in that baby, but it is not related to the pituitary hormone. Just pituitary mein dwarfism is there, this is different. Just see, hypothyroidism during pregnancy can cause defective development and maturation of the growing baby, and because of that the stunted growth will be there. Mental retardation can also occur, and low IQ, abnormal skin, deaf and mutism can be. So this is the cretinism. This is the cretinism. Is that clear? Is that clear? So in general, when a person is having hypothyroidism, right? When a person is having hypothyroidism, the blood pressure in that case will be low, right? In general, when a person is having this low heartbeat, that person will feel very lethargic. You know why? Do you know why? Why? Because this thyroid, the hormones, these hormones released by the thyroid gland, they have a very important role in our metabolism. They maintain our BMR, basal metabolic rate. They maintain our BMR, basal metabolic rate. So obviously if its secretion is less, it is going to affect that. So blood pressure will be less, heartbeat will be less. Obviously that person will be lethargic, that person will be dull, that person will be lethargic, and obviously obesity will also occur. That person will be obese. Just in villages also, people say, "Na, arey yaar, that person is having thyroid. That's why that person is fluffy. They appear obese." Right? So there are two things: hyperthyroidism, hypothyroidism. Now understand this thing: thyroid gland and its secretion, they are very important. They are very important for maintaining our BMR, basal metabolic rate. It is very important for maintaining the BMR, that is basal metabolic rate. Right? That is basal metabolic rate. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Now, if thyroid secretions are less, definitely metabolism will be less. So that is why the weight gain is there. If there is hyperthyroidism, excess of thyroid, metabolism will be very fast. That person will be very lean. Are you getting my point? So you understand that things, right? You understand that thing. These are the general symptoms here. Okay? These are the general symptoms here. Is that clear? Is that clear? Right? And this thyroid is very important for the menstrual cycle also. If a lady is affecting with the hypothyroidism, her menstrual cycle will also be disturbed. Okay? Okay. So now, yes. So next thing is the myxedema and the Gall's disease. Myxedema, it is also known as the Gall's disease. Right? What is the word? Myxedema. Edema is the word here. It is associated with swelling. Right? So as I said that in adult women, hypothyroidism may cause menstrual cycle to become irregular. So when there is the deficiency of thyroxine in adult, the face and the hands, they become swollen. So for the swelling, we use this word edema. Edema is the for swelling, right? So due to the deposition of albuminous myxomatous tissue, that person will have that swelling. So this is the Gall's disease for myxedema. So these three are because of hypothyroidism. Okay, it is because of hypothyroidism. Understood? It is because of hypothyroidism. Yes. Okay, so as I said, there are some general symptoms. जैसे ये देखो, puffy face, loss of eyebrows here, enlarged, right, dry and coarse skin, constipation, poor appetite, infertility can also occur, right? So when enough hormone, thyroid hormones are not there, these kind of things can occur. Weight gain, poor memory, intolerance to the cold, feeling of tiredness, that things can occur. Okay. Next is the hyperthyroidism. Next is the hyperthyroidism. So ये देखो, some general symptoms are given. So hyperthyroidism, it can be due to the cancer of thyroid gland and due to the development of nodules in the thyroid gland. Due to the development of nodules in the thyroid gland. Are you getting my point? Due to the development of nodules in the thyroid gland. This is the hyperthyroidism, or we can also call it as thyrotoxicosis. Thyrotoxicosis. Okay? So thyroxine synthesis and secretion is increased to abnormally high levels. There is an abnormal increase there. So patient, those who are suffering from the cancer of thyroid gland, bache, or those having nodules in the thyroid gland, they have very high level of this particular hormone. Okay, so here this is very important, very important. Yes, this is very important. Exophthalmic goiter. So you should know myxedema is because of hypothyroidism. Exophthalmic goiter or Graves' disease or Basedow's disease, it is because of hyperthyroidism. So whenever, जैसे pituitary was simple, dwarfism, stunt, मतलब short growth, less growth hormone. This gigantism, excess of that hormone. Acromegaly, disproportionation, right? Disproportionate growth, right? Like face will grow, right? Just like gorilla, a person will start appearing. It is like that. So here we are talking about the disorders of thyroid gland. Here what are we discussing? Exophthalmic goiter or the Graves or the Basedow's disease. It is because of hyperthyroidism, right? So it is a very common cause of hyperthyroidism. So excessive secretion of your T4 is accompanied by enlargement of thyroid gland. So it is an autoimmune disease. What is the meaning of autoimmune disease? So here our own immune cells, they'll start fighting with our own body cells. Here what is happening, bache? The patient will start producing the antibodies that will act on the thyroid gland and that will increase the thyroxine hormone production. Matlab, the antibodies will start behaving like the, right? They will start behaving like that TSH. Is that clear? Is that clear? Okay, so the metabolism will be too high. Okay, the metabolism will be too high in that case. Okay, sweating, rapid and irregular heartbeat will be there. Okay. So heartbeat will be too high. So metabolism too fast, heartbeat will become irregular. Heartbeat will become irregular. That person will be very, emaciation will be the word for that. That person will become very lean. Okay, that person will become very lean. So weight loss, hyperthyroidism, matlab weight loss will be there. Why? Because metabolism is excessively high. Right, metabolism is excessively high, and sometimes we'll see why are we saying that exophthalmic. Matlab the person having hyperthyroidism, it appears that their eyeballs, you know, they are just coming out. It feels like that. Okay, bache, right? Just a protrusion of eyeball. Why do we say this? It means protrusion of eyeball. Protrusion of eyeball. Is that clear? Is that clear? So high BP, high heart rate, right? Very high respiratory rate will be there. So it is an autoimmune disorder. Antibodies mimic the action of TSH. I'm writing it here. Antibodies mimic the action of thyroid stimulating hormone here. That's why its secretion will induce. Okay, that is why its secretion will induce. Okay, bache. So this is about the disorders of the thyroid gland, right? So let's discuss about its functions. Okay, let's discuss about its functions. So we'll discuss all the functions here. Here few are highlighted, but we will cover all the functions here. So very first thing that they have mentioned is that it is playing role in the BMR. Yes, BMR. What is this? It regulates and maintains BMR. What is this BMR? It is basal metabolic rate. What is this BMR? It is basal metabolic rate. So what is this basal metabolic rate? Matlab, Anybody can right? If you are like, if you're trying to gain or lose weight, now we talk about the BMR a lot. So it is the minimum amount of energy in the form of calories that our body needs to complete its normal functioning. What is this BMR? It is the energy. What is this BMR? Right, so BMR, this is what we are discussing. We talk about it a lot, right? When we are trying to gain the weight and when we are trying to lose the weight. Okay, we talk about it a lot. What is it? It is BMR. What is it? It is BMR. So amount of energy that is needed by our body to complete its functioning, isn't it? Yes. Yes. So body has to maintain itself. Okay, bache, right? So 1 minute. So this is the BMR. So when you talk about the thyroid gland, yes, when you talk about the thyroid gland, so you will see that it regulates BMR, it control rate of respiration and energy production. Okay, right? It controls BMR, basal metabolic rate. Okay? The thyroid hormone, it controls BMR, that is basal metabolic rate. One minute, bachcho. Fine. So it regulates BMR as they control cell respiration, energy production, and help in homeotherapy. Thermy. Done? So this is important when it comes to the thyroid gland. It is important when it comes to the thyroid gland. Understood? Understood? Yes. So it controls the energy production, it controls the rate of respiration, cell respiration, and help in homeotherapy. Thermy, homeotherapy. Okay. What is the next important function? What is the next important function? I told you about the metamorphosis already. Right? I told you about the metamorphosis already. So let's talk about the next function. So bache, it supports erythropoiesis. I'm talking about that function that you can even miss. Yes, even this thyroid gland, it supports erythropoiesis. What is the meaning of erythropoiesis? Poiesis means formation, erythropoiesis, RBC production. RBC production. So as I said, it regulates BMR as it controls rate of cell respiration, maintain homothermy. So thermy word is associated with heat. Yes, bache. This thermy word is associated with heat, right, bache? So even when the temperature is low, the thyroid gland, their hormones will help us to survive there, right? It will help us to survive there. So it is also help in energy production. Okay, so it supports the erythropoiesis as well, right, bache? Right. And let me tell you, bache, that this thyroid hormone, they control the working of renal tubules. Can you imagine this thing? Yes. Can you imagine this thing, that thyroid hormones, they are also playing the role in controlling the working of renal tubules? Do you have any idea? Yes. Do you have any idea? Right. So it controls the urine output and maintain the water and electrolyte balance. Okay? Right. It controls the urine output and maintain water and electrolyte balance. and maintain water. This line is important. So yes, thyroid hormone, thyroid gland, it plays an important role in maintaining water and electrolyte balance. Definitely it is helping there, right? Definitely it is helping there. Hello, please focus, right? Definitely it is helping there. Okay, so supports erythropoiesis, unexpected. This renal tubule thing, unexpected, so you should know about it. And definitely I told you already about the menstrual cycle and development and maturation of CNS also, right? So it regulate menstrual cycle, and development and maturation of CNS. Right? So it is important. Okay? Yes. So do not forget about the functions. So water and electrolyte balance, menstrual cycle, development and maturation of CNS is important. Okay? So it help in the energy production also, and it is having the role on the fat, carbohydrate and protein metabolism, right? Thyroid hormones, so support the process of RBC, helps in controlling the metabolism, influence the maintenance of done. So this TCT is helpful. This TCT, thyrocalcitonin, this TCT, that is your thyrocalcitonin, it is playing the role in calcium metabolism. We will discuss it, but let me talk about the parathyroid gland first, right? Let me talk about the parathyroid gland first. Is that clear? Bache, we started the class at around 8:40. Okay? So I will give you the break, but not now, after completing parathyroid and thymus gland. So next is, ye dekho, thyroid gland. This flowchart is good now. This flowchart is very good for the quick revision. So secrete T3, T4. T4 is also known as thyroxine, and it is the tyrosine amino acid which is required for the formation of this thyroxine. So it regulates BMR, development and maturation of CNS, RBC production, metabolism of carbohydrate, fat and protein, even the menstrual cycle. And TCT, it plays role in the calcium metabolism. How is it going to help? We will discuss it when we will start the parathyroid gland. So this part clear? This part clear? This thyroid gland thing clear? Yes. Next is the parathyroid gland. Just I told you, thyroid gland is a bilobed, or you can say that a kind of H-shaped structure it is. Right? Again, I'm telling you, these are the two lobes. Thyroid gland is bilobed. And in between the thyroid gland, this structure here, this is non-glandular. This structure here, this is non-glandular. This is non-glandular. It is isthmus. It is isthmus. Right? It is isthmus. Non-glandular and isthmus. Okay, this is basically it is a connective tissue. The name is isthmus here, and it is non-glandular. Matlab it is non-secretory. It is non-secretory. Is that clear? It is non-secretory. Is that clear? Sure. Okay. Yes. Is that clear? So this particular, so just behind the thyroid gland, let's say it's the back view, just behind the thyroid gland, in each lobe, you will see some structures like this, right? You will see some structures like this. So what are they? They are the parathyroid gland. It is the parathyroid gland. What's that? Right? These, just total 4 in number. Each lobe is having 2. Right, bache? So it is on the dorsal surface of thyroid gland. So 2 pairs we have. Right? So it is on the dorsal surface of thyroid gland. So basically we can say that 2 pairs are present. Yes, madam. So this gland is endodermal in origin. This gland is endodermal in origin. So which germ layer is forming it? Endodermis. Okay, bache? So 2 pairs. It is like this. It is present. ठीक है. So this parathyroid gland, it releases PTH. It releases PTH. Yes, it releases PTH. What is it? PTH. Yes. So we will talk about only one hormone, PTH. Very easy it is. PTH माने parathormone. And the very important thing is, it is not given in NCERT, but PYQ is there. Parathormone, or we can also call it as Collips hormone. We can also call it as Collips hormone. So let me tell you, PTH and TCT, that is thyrocalcitonin, they are antagonists. मतलब their function is opposite. Both are important for maintaining calcium homeostasis. Yeah, both are important for maintaining the calcium level in our body, but their functions are opposite to each other. Right? Their functions are opposite to each other. Let me explain. Okay, let me explain. Here देखो, look at the diagram here. It is on the back side of the thyroid gland, 4 in number, 1 pair each in 2 lobes. They secrete PTH. It is a peptide hormone, and as I said, it is also known as Collips hormone. Why do we call it as the Collips hormone? Because it is on the name of the scientist. Collip isolated it in the pure form. That's why we call it as the Collips hormone. So it regulates the circulating level of calcium ion. जैसे ये देखो. अरे यार, चलो. बच्चे, when in our blood, when the calcium level is low, when in blood calcium level is low, it send a signal to release PTH. So this PTH, it is a hypercalcemic hormone. Why is it a hypercalcemic hormone? Because it increases the amount of calcium in our blood when it is low. Right? When it is low. Just you know that calcium is something very, very, very important, isn't it? Isn't it? Calcium is something very, very, very important. Yes. Do you know how? Yes, anybody in the class? Just I am saying, when the level of calcium is low in blood, PTH will release, right? And that is a hypercalcemic level. But one more thing that I would like to mention here is that this PTH, not just in the calcium metabolism, calcium and phosphate, both. We'll discuss about both. We should know about both the ions. I'll tell you how. So what am I saying? That when the level of calcium is low in our blood, it will send a signal. Parathyroid hormone, known as Collips hormone, it will release and it will maintain that calcium level, right? It will maintain that calcium level. First of all, let's talk about the importance of calcium. Calcium is very important, yeah. You know that it is very important for the muscle contraction, isn't it? For muscle contraction, if calcium is not there, who's going to bind with the troponin then? Who's going to bind with the troponin? How the troponin will slide? How the tropomyosin will slide then? Okay, calcium, you know that we know its role in the blood clotting. It is very important for the fertilization as well. And let me tell you, it is very important for the cell membrane permeability also. Do you know that? It is very important for the cell membrane permeability also, and even it is very important for the heartbeat also. So it is having so many roles. So yes, we need to maintain the calcium level in our blood. And if you remember smooth endoplasmic reticulum, sarcoplasmic reticulum, it is the storehouse of calcium. Let's relate the things and let's revise now. It is the storehouse of calcium, if you people remember. Yes, if you people remember. So calcium is something very, very, very important, right? Calcium is something very, very, very important, right, bache? So 99% of the calcium and phosphate, it is there in the bones. It is very important. Maximum calcium and phosphate is there in the bones, right, bache? Right? So when the level of calcium is low, PTH will release. So PTH will do different things. Just let's say increases calcium absorption from food, right? Matlab whatever food we are taking, PTH will be like, let's absorb more and more calcium of the food, right? Right? Let's absorb more and more calcium. Let's absorb more and more calcium. And moreover, it will not allow the calcium to excrete out. So it promotes reabsorption of calcium from renal tubules. Matlab, it will not allow the calcium to get waste in and to get lost with our excretory matter. No, it will help in that. And finally, it will do bone, right? Bone resorption, matlab demineralization of bones. Matlab this PTH is so clear that I have to increase the blood calcium level at any cost. So firstly, it will be like, chalo theek hai, whatever calcium is there in the food now, let's absorb it. Increase calcium absorption from food in intestine. Okay, and it will not allow the calcium to get lost from our body. So it will be like, it will promote reabsorption of calcium from the renal tubule. Ki chalo yaar, let's reabsorb more, let's reabsorb more, let's reabsorb more. And then bache, bone resorption, matlab finally it will be like, it will start acting on the bones. It will start breaking the bones. It will be like, I want calcium, right? I want calcium in the blood. So it will start the bone resorption, right? It will start that bone resorption, ya dissolution, ya demineralization of the bones. Right, bache? Right, bache? Is that clear? Is that clear? So can I say that it stimulates osteoclast cells? Do you remember this thing? It stimulates osteoclasts. Do you remember osteoclasts? They are the bone destroying cells, if you remember, right? They are the bone destroying cells, right? So PTH stimulates osteoclasts to feed upon bones, right? So they will start, they'll be like, chalo break the bone so that we can increase the calcium level in the blood. That is how it acts. Okay, that is how it acts, right, bache? Yes, so you know na, they are the osteoclasts. Chondroclast, they are just like the bone, this is bone destroying cell. Chondroclast, cartilage destroying cell. Try to relate it. Try to relate it. Okay? Yes, bache. Is that clear? Okay? Sure? Any doubt? Any doubt? Sure? So when the calcium absorption, yes, bache. Right, so if let's say calcium absorption matlab phosphate will excrete out, that is also something that you need to keep in your mind, right? I told you na, calcium and phosphate, we have to consider the both. We have to consider the both. So remember this thing, right? We'll talk about it as well. So PTH, this is the collapse hormone. It's a peptide hormone. Okay, it's a peptide hormone. So if the reabsorption of calcium is going on, so it accelerates the elimination of phosphate in the urine. So promotes reabsorption of calcium from renal tubular kidney. So it accelerates excretion of phosphate in urine. So means if we are absorbing more and more calcium in our body, it will excrete more and more phosphate as well. This is something you need to keep in your mind. This is very important. This is very important. Yes, this is very important. So that is why it is written here. Increase calcium level in blood, stimulate bone reabsorption, demineralization. Yeah, we can also use the word dissolution, bone dissolution, because it will promote the osteoclasts. Stimulate the reabsorption of calcium by the renal tubule and increase calcium absorption from digestive blood. And what will it start parallelly? Phosphate ka excretion. Phosphate ka excretion, right? So TCT, I told you, PTH and TCT, right? TCT, they are antagonists. They are antagonists. So your TCT, you know that it is released by C cells of thyroid gland. It is released by C cells of thyroid gland. Do you remember that? It is released by C cells of thyroid gland. Do you remember that? Yes. Yes. है ना? So obviously TCT will be your hypocalcemic. It will be your hypocalcemic hormone. It will decrease the amount of calcium in blood. So it will do opposite. It will promote the excretion of calcium from the kidneys, right? And obviously phosphate absorption will comparatively increase. It will start, matlab, that excess of calcium, first of all, right? That excess of calcium will go to the bone. So it will help in the, right, this TCT, how is it going to help, bache? How is it going to help? So it will stimulate the calcium in the bones, right? It will stimulate the calcium in the bones. It will accelerate the calcium elimination in urine. So that is how it acts. Okay, that is how it acts. Is that clear? So now relate the things with the parathyroid hormones. Dekho, if it is promoting the bone demineralization, what do you think? If there will be the hyperparathyroidism, what are the possibilities? Tell me, what are the possibilities? If there is hyperparathyroidism, matlab, if the secretion of PTH is more, what do you think can happen? Bache, obvious hai na? It will start breaking bones more. Can I say that osteoporosis can occur? Matlab, bones will become porous because it will do more and more demineralization of the bones, isn't it? So it causes the demineralization of the bones. So bones will become soft, weak, fragile, distorted, right? It causes demineralization of bones. It causes demineralization of bones, and what is going to happen because of that? They will become weak, they will become fragile, they will be soft, isn't it? Okay, so if there is the hypoparathyroidism, it can result in tetany. But tetanus and tetany is different. Less calcium, matlab less PTH means less calcium. Don't you think muscle contraction will get affected? Tell me, don't you think muscle contraction will get affected? Please tell me, don't you think that muscle contraction will get affected? Yes? Yes? Right? So some skeletal muscles usually of hand and feet, they will not be able to relax after contraction. Why? Because there is less calcium, and we know that calcium ion is very important for the muscle contraction, right? So muscles will be in the sustained contraction state, that is the tetany, right? That is the tetany. So can I say that? So muscles will show sustained contractions. Matlab it is just in the state of contraction only. So obviously if let's say the muscles of larynx and pharynx can get involved in such kind of things, that can also kill somebody. So tetany and tetanus is different. Tetanus, remember na, from a bacteria, toxin, right? Then that it will cause the tetanus. So do check the difference in these two, and do let me know in the chat section. So next gland is very interesting. Dekho bache, we are about to finish it. Dekho, thymus, it will take 5 minutes. Then adrenal gland, it will take maximum 10 to 15 minutes. Pancreas, again 10 to 10 minutes. Then already about the gonads we have discussed. Okay? Then we just have a list. Kidney will release erythropoietin, that will cause erythropoiesis. Okay? Your heart release ANF, we have studied that. There is a list of hormones released by gastrointestinal region, right? So that kind of things are there. So literally, right, even 1 hour, matlab maximum 1 hour we need. So you tell me what do you want? Do you want a break or what? We just need 1 hour and the chapter will be over. You tell me. If you need a break, I can give you a break for 15 minutes. I don't have any problem. Literally, I don't have any problem. What do you want? Break or no break? So you decided. Till then, let's complete thymus gland, a very interesting gland, and going to release a hormone known as thymosin. Known as thymosin. So this thymus, see, it is present in the mediastinum. What is this mediastinum? The space in between two lungs. Here you will see the thymus. So it is also endodermal in origin. It is a lobular structure. It is also bilobed, present between the lungs. So the space in between two lungs is known as mediastinum, where this thymus is present, bache, right? It is present behind sternum on the ventral side of aorta, right? Right. So this is also a proteinaceous hormone. So obviously its receptors are also cell surface receptor, right? So thymus gland, very important for our immune system. But when we talk about the WBCs, you know that we talk about the lymphocytes. Yes, we talk about the lymphocytes. So we have two types of lymphocytes, T lymphocytes and B lymphocytes are there, right? B lymphocytes, they form the antibodies, right? And T lymphocytes, they are, right, T cells or T lymphocytes, they form the cell mediated immune system of our body, right? In human health and disease we discuss about it. They form cell mediated immune system of our body, right? T cells, they are important for what? CMIS. What is this CMIS? Cell mediated immune system. And your antibodies wala thing, it is responsible for this antibody thing, it is responsible for antibody mediated immune system, right? B cell is important for antibody mediated immune system. B cell, it is important for antibody mediated immune system. Are you getting my point? Antibody mediated immune system. Matlab these cells are very important for our immune system. So when you talk about the T cells, right, they will form natural killer cells, your regulatory T cells, memory T cells, helper T cells, like this. So T cells are very important for our immune system. So for the differentiation of that T lymphocytes, right, differentiation, you remember na? Then obviously T lymphocytes will become mature, DM, differentiation, maturation. Hope you remember. So for the differentiation of T lymphocyte, the thymus gland is very important. It is obviously for this thymosin is providing us what? It is providing us the cell mediated immune system, immunity, right? So because it is also having T helper cells, so it also promote the antibody production. Okay, so this thymus is degenerated in old individual. So production of thymosin decreases after certain age. As a result, immune system of old persons, it is weak. Okay, so thymus is degenerated in old individuals. Okay, bache, thymus. What is it? Thymus. Yes. Any doubt here? Any doubt here? So it's very important for our defense immune system. Okay, so by middle age, so disappearance of thymal gland by middle age is mainly because of the aging. Do remember this. Okay, do remember this. So next gland that we need to discuss is cap of kidney. Cap of kidney, so present at the interior part of the upper part of the kidney, let's be okay. So adrenal gland, it is the head of both the kidneys. Let's use it in this way only, right? It is basically the head, present at the head part of each kidney, located at the head part of each kidney. Okay, located at the head part of each kidney. We also call it as cap of kidney. We also call it as cap of kidney. Adrenal gland. Adrenal gland, adjacent to kidney it is. Clear bache? Clear bache? So this is something that, ye dekho, kidney, right, cap of kidney, adrenal gland it is. Adrenal gland it is. So theek hai, fine, you need a break. I don't have any problem in that. Let's meet at 11:47. So you will get a break for 15 minutes. I think that's sufficient. है ना? That's sufficient. Isn't it? That is sufficient. Oh, 11 नहीं, 10, my bad. ठीक है? चलो. Fine. Then let's discuss it. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. So let's restart. Okay, so I just need maximum 1 hour to finish this chapter. Okay, maximum 1 hour to finish this chapter. So let's talk about the adrenal gland. What we need to discuss, students? We need to talk about the adrenal gland. Okay, so adjacent to kidney, it is at the upper part of the kidney, right? This kind of structure it is. So just like ovary, just like kidney, adrenal gland is also having the outer cortex and it is also having the medulla part, right? Adrenal medulla part. Okay, and when we talk about the inner part, medulla part, having more blood supply, of course. Okay, bache? Right, now here what you need to know, see, adrenal cortex, adrenal medulla. Okay? In the case of adrenal cortex and adrenal medulla, they release different kinds of hormone, and in the case of adrenal cortex, okay, we have 3 layers. How many layers are there? 3 layers. Just we use the word duffer, na duffer, right? In the school sometimes teachers say, no, you are duffer, you don't know this, you don't know that. So same way, from the duffer we have to pick the guffer, GFR, right? GFR, right? GFR. Okay, it is GFR. Now it is zona. Zona is the word that you have to use. So there are 3 layers in the adrenal cortex: zona glomerulosa, zona fasciculata, zona reticularis, right? Zona reticularis, zona glomerulosa, zona fasciculata, zona reticularis. So these are the 3 layers of adrenal cortex, and these 3 layers, they will release different hormones: zona glomerulosa, zona fasciculata, and zona reticularis it is. And when we talk about the adrenal medulla, it releases catecholamines. You remember? It releases catecholamines. Okay, so the hormones released by the adrenal cortex, they are steroidal in nature. So their receptors are intracellular and they are catecholamines. They are amino acid derived, right? They are they are the derivatives of amino acid, right? So catecholamines, they are, what are they? What are they? They are catecholamines. Is that clear? They are catecholamines. So when you talk about these catecholamines, you have epinephrine and norepinephrine. These are emergency hormones, fight and flight hormones they are. Okay, emergency hormone, fight and flight hormones are there, right? Adrenal gland. What are we talking? We are talking about the adrenal gland. So look at this diagram. Look at this diagram. Okay, so here you people can see the outer capsule is there, the cortex and medulla part is. So cortex mein outer layer capsule, then it is GFR. What is it? It is GFR, right? Glomerulosa, fasciculata, reticularis. Okay, done. So let's talk about it. Okay, so they are going to release 80 to 90% of hormones are released by the cortex only. So outer layer will secrete mineralocorticoids. Outer layer will secrete mineralocorticoids. You know about one mineralocorticoids, aldosterone. Remember? Aldosterone. Then it is the glucocorticoids. Then here sex corticoids, or these are the kind of androgens. We'll talk about these hormones. Okay. Okay, bache. So outer cortex is making 80 to 90% and it is endodermal in origin. What is it? It is endodermal in origin. Please note down. Yes, it is endodermal in origin. Kindly note down. Yes. And then after that, yes, bache, this it is mesodermal in origin, and this medullary portion is basically, right, making 10 to 20%. Okay. Right, so it is made up of neural ectoderm of the embryo. It is made up of neural ectoderm of embryo. So this is your, yes bache, this is about your adrenal gland. Now we will talk about the hormones. 1 minute. Yes, we will talk about the hormone. So let's start with the mineralocorticoid, and we are talking about the aldosterone here. So bache, please relate it with excretory products and its elimination. Kindly relate it with excretory products and its elimination. Right? With what? With excretory product and its elimination. So if you people remember, aldosterone responsible for conditional reabsorption of sodium and water from the distal part of the tubule. Do you remember that? Yes, do you remember that? We are talking about the mineralocorticoid. The main hormone here is the aldosterone, right? The main hormone here is the aldosterone. So it is also known as a salt retaining hormone. It retains that salt. Matlab, if it is helping in the sodium reabsorption, obviously, it is helping in the sodium reabsorption from the distal part of the tubule. It is there in the excretory product and its elimination, right? So it will act on the DCT. So here you can see it regulates the water electrolyte balance, osmotic pressure in return, and the blood pressure. So it stimulates the reabsorption of sodium and excretion of potassium and phosphate ions. Please pay attention here. Okay, this is important, and especially you need to focus on, right, especially here you need to focus on the potassium ions. So potassium and both, matlab if it is stimulating the sodium ions, it will excrete out potassium and phosphate. It will excrete out potassium and phosphate. Very important point. Okay, it is very important point. So you guys can say that because it is doing the conditional reabsorption, it is actually activating the sodium potassium pump. Okay, it is actually helping in that sodium potassium pump. It is activating that sodium potassium pump, this aldosterone. Okay, right? So you can write it that it activates the sodium potassium pump in that distal part of the tubule. Just a distal part, matlab we are talking about the DCT of the nephron. We are talking about your collecting duct. Is that clear? Mineralocorticoid. Next is, right? Right, so this is zona glomerulosa. Then let's talk about the fasciculata. So bache, these are glucocorticoids. You know about these hormones. Glucocorticoids, very important they are. Here we will talk about the cortisol. Here we will talk about the cortisol. Yes, cortisol, which is also known as stress hormone. Right, bache, there are corticosterones as well. Cortisol and corticosterones as well. So mainly we will talk about the cortisol, which is also referred to as life-saving hormone. Right, it is also known as life-saving hormone. Just have a look, this cortisol, right, we will discuss it in detail. Please pay attention. This cortisol, it stimulates gluconeogenesis, lipolysis, RBC production, even the protein breakdown, even the kidney function, even the cardiovascular system. So it is having the different functions. So here we are mainly talking about what? We are mainly talking about the cortisol here. We are mainly talking about what? We are mainly talking about the cortisol here. So in the case of carbohydrates, how is it acting? One second. So on carbohydrate metabolism, on carbohydrate, yes, on carbohydrate metabolism, how is it acting, bache? It is stimulating gluconeogenesis. What is the meaning of gluconeogenesis? See, genesis means formation here. Neo, from neo you can remember the word new. Glucose means how do I remember it? That here there will be the production of glucose, but from a non-carbohydrate source. Generally when you are talking about the glucose, yes, you are talking about the carbohydrates only, na, carbs only, right? But let's say in our body we have the proteins also, we have the fats also, right? So when there is the glucose production, let's say in your body there is more demand for the glucose, so that glucose can also be formed from the non-carbohydrate source. Let's say you are breaking the fats in such a way that ultimately you are getting glucose from that. Right, bache? So when you are saying gluconeogenesis, so it is basically you are talking about the formation of glucose from a non-carbohydrate source. Right, formation of glucose from a non-carbohydrate source. It's not a carb, but still it is giving you the glucose. So gluconeogenesis it is. Right, bache? Right, bache? So ultimately if it is doing that, matlab it is increasing the glucose level. So can I say that it is increasing blood glucose level? Can I say so? It is increasing blood glucose level. So it is your hyperglycemic hormone. What kind of hormone it is? It is your hyperglycemic hormone. It is your hyperglycemic hormone. Is that clear? Hyperglycemic hormone. Okay. So it also stimulates the lipid breakdown. So lipolysis, breakdown of what? Breakdown of lipid, right? What will be there? There will be the breakdown of lipid. There will be the breakdown of lipid. Is that clear? Is that clear? So proteolysis will also be stimulated and it inhibits the cellular uptake and utilization of amino acid. So it stimulates proteolysis, breakdown of proteins. Done, bache. So that is how it is, right? That is how it is helping here, right? So cortisol, the life-saving hormone. So why do we call it as a life-saving hormone? Bache, it is anti-inflammatory as well. I'll tell you its function, right? It is anti-inflammatory. It represents the WBCs, right? Basically, it prevents the action of WBCs, right, bache? Right? So it is having anti-inflammatory response as well. It is anti-inflammatory. It is anti-inflammatory hormone. This is important about this. Yes, it is important about it. Why, bache? Because it inhibits the, you can say that it retards the migratory movement and phagocytotic activities of the WBCs, right? And if it will do it, it will spread that, it will stop that, right? Inflammation effect. You know, inflammation, it is anti-inflammatory. Matlab, it will stop that. So we can say that it suppresses yes, bache. So it suppresses the WBC, it retards the WBC movement. Is that clear? So it suppresses, it retards the migratory movement and phagocytic, right? Phagocytic movements of what? Phagocytic movements of the WBCs. Of WBCs, right? So basically it is stopping that inflammation. So that is why it is used as an anti-inflammatory, right? It is used as an anti-inflammatory substance, right, bache? So if it is stopping that movement and the phagocytosis, so definitely it is suppressing the immune reaction, right, bache? Right, bache? And it is also reducing the number of mast cells. And if you remember it from the structural organization, bache, yes, if you people remember it from the structural organization, it reduces the number of mast cells, thus histamines. You know, na, mast cells, they release the histamines. Yes, do you remember? Mast cells, they release the histamines and they are having vasodilatory effect. Vasodilatory. So it will increase the blood pressure towards that site where that inflammation is there. That's why that redness and that swelling we feel, right? So basically your cortisol, it is anti-inflammatory, it suppresses the phagocytic movement of WBCs, it reduces, it retards the inflammation, bache, right? It suppresses the inflammation, it reduces the number of mast cell, so histamine secretion will also be reduced. So these are the anti-inflammatory effects here, right, bache? Right. Yes, and it is, so whenever there is the transplantation, organ transplantation, yes, so remember the cortisol. Remember the cortisol is immunosuppressive as well. The cortisol is immunosuppressive as well. It suppresses the immune system. So whenever there is the organ transplantation, it is used. Okay, whenever there is the organ transplantation, it is used. So it suppresses the synthesis of antibodies, of course. It suppresses the synthesis. Yes, bache. It suppresses the synthesis of what? The synthesis of antibodies. So no antibody production, right, bache? So obviously because of that, what is going to happen? The normal immune reaction of the body will be retarded, right? So what is it doing? It is retarding the, yes bache, it is retarding the normal immune reaction of body. It is retarding the normal immune reaction of body. Is that clear? Is that clear? So it is used in transplantation surgery. Okay, right? So I'm writing it here. So used in transplantation surgery. So because if it will be reduced, if it will be used there, it will suppress the immune response, right? And definitely because of that, organ transplantation will be possible. Okay, so that is why we are also calling it as a life-saving hormone, because of its role. It is anti-inflammatory as well. Okay bache, so it is also involved in, yes, it is also involved in the maintaining the cardiovascular system. Also involved in maintaining the cardiovascular system, right? It also helps in maintaining the cardiovascular system and kidney function. So देखो, it is acting on so many different organs as well. It is helping in their function, and you know, it also plays role in RBC production. You know, sometimes जैसे during stress also the cortisol levels increases in our body. There's some people say that when I'm stressed, right, we feel like that we have gained the weight or something, right? So you see now cortisol is there, promoting gluconeogenesis, more and more glucose in the blood. So that is how the things are related here. Okay, that is how the things are related here. So RBC production is also stimulated by it. It is also maintaining the cardiovascular system, also playing the role in the kidney functioning, plus anti-inflammatory it is, and immunosuppressive as well, right? So if it is anti-inflammatory, whenever there is any inflammation, any allergic reaction, we can use this. Right, we can use this. Is that clear? Sure, right? So next is the zona reticularis, GFR it is na, zona reticularis. So sex corticoids or gonadocorticoids or androgenocorticoids they are. Right, so androgens, male sex hormone, and estrogen in females will be produced by them. ठीक है बच्चे, they are secreted, मतलब male hormones androgen and female hormone estrogen will be released by it बच्चे, right? Right, so small amounts of androgenic steroids are always secreted, or also secreted by this adrenal cortex. So it play a role in the growth of that axial hair, pubic hair and facial hair during puberty. That's what you need to keep in your mind. Okay. Okay, so even the muscle stimulation of muscle, external genitalia and sexual behavior is also done by this, right? It is also done by this, so do remember this. Yes, do remember it. So what are we talking? So we are talking about the sexocorticoids or androgenic corticoids. Okay, okay, chaliye. So now next is the hormones of adrenal medulla. So as I said, adrenaline, also known as norepinephrine, epinephrine and norepinephrine. Okay, so they are catecholamines, important it is. So they'll be released in the bache when there is the emergency situation, fight and flight response, right? Jैसे let's say if a dog is chasing you, you'll be like, no, chalo, let's run. By that time, you're not going to see, अरे यार, I cannot run that way. You'll be like, you have to save your life. Jैसे during the examination, even if you don't practice writing, na, during examination, when you realize only 1 hour is left and 20 questions are pending, you'll be like, shh, like this, adrenaline rush. Okay, we use this again and again. This is the adrenaline rush, right? So, we can do at that time, na, when we are under that rush, we can do the activities which are like beyond our imaginations. Here, just let's say, if a dog will chase me, what will I do? I'm going to start running, right? And I'll protect myself for sure. And I'm obviously, I will only realize in that particular situation, ki yaar, wah, I can run that fast. Okay. Right, so are you getting my point? So during the emergency situation, right, they'll be released. That's why we are saying they're fight or flight hormone. So obviously they'll increase our alertness. So you are alert. You are alert. Your pupils will be dilated. Goosebumps will be there. This piloerection, right? Piloerection, rising of hair. We call them as goosebumps. In such situation, in emergency situation, we get that. Sweating will be there, heartbeat will be increased, heart contraction, respiratory rate, all of that will increase, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes or no? Yes or no? So they will stimulate the breakdown of glycogen. So glycogenolysis, breakdown of glycogen, right? Increase and also stimulate lipolysis and proteolysis. This is how it works. Okay, catecholamines. What are they? They are catecholamines. So they are going to stimulate the breakdown of glycogen, resulting in an increased concentration of glucose in blood. Okay, done. So this is the complete flow chart. Adrenaline, noradrenaline. Adrenaline, noradrenaline. So adrenaline, right? It is having that vasoconstrictory effect. Okay, vasoconstrictory effect. Just for your quick revision, I'm telling it here. Okay, it is having the vasoconstrictory effect. Okay, on the blood vessels of skin. Fine. Sure. So it provides the body with an emergent, right? With an emergent chemical defense, right? So it will immediately prepare the body to face the emergency. Okay, done. So even your noradrenaline, that is also having the vasoconstrictory effect. That is also having the vasoconstrictory effect, but not on coronary artery. You know, na, coronary artery is taking the blood, the oxygenated blood to the heart muscle. So there it is not going to show that effect. Otherwise, it is having that effect. Okay. Okay. Sure. So the disease, let's talk about their disease. But before that, let me tell you that when you talk about the hormones of adrenal medulla, we call them as, this adrenaline hormone is known as 3F hormone. Known as, do you know that? This adrenaline is 3F, या फिर you can call it as triple F hormone. Do you know why? Yes, we call it as triple F hormone. Do you know why? Do you know why? Yes. So fear, fight or flight, because in emergency situation it is released now. So it prepare the animal for fear, fight or flight, right? It prepares the animal from fear, fight or flight. So that is why sometimes your adrenal gland is referred to as the triple F gland, right? It is referred to as the triple F gland. So do remember this. Okay, do remember this. So now next is the, yes, hyposecretion and hypersecretion. What can it do? Basically, let's talk about the disorders. Let's talk about the disorders. So hyposecretion, hypersecretion. So yes, even it is important. Okay, even it is important. Do not miss it. Wait, let me see. After that, let's talk about pancreas. We'll finish it quickly. About the gonads, I have already discussed the estrogen progesterone thing, and then trust me, we will finish it ASAP. Next 30 minutes and the chapter will be over. So hyposecretion can cause A for adrenal gland, A for Addison's disease. A for adrenal gland bache, and A for Addison's disease. Addison's disease. When there is the hyposecretion, when there is the hypersecretion, it can result in Cushing's syndrome. Yes, it can result in Cushing's syndrome. So first thing is A for Addison. So let's say if there is a less secretion of the hormones of adrenal cortex, so what can happen, right? So hypoglycemia can be there. Hypoglycemia can be there, yes or no? Hypoglycemia, less amount of glucose in the blood. Less amount of glucose in the blood. So if there is less amount of glucose in the blood, it can result in the acute weakness. Right, it can result in the acute weakness because less glucose is there in the blood, right bache? So that person will be more susceptible to stress. That person will be more susceptible to stress and obviously to the emergency situation. Matlab fatigue will be there to that person, isn't it? So this is about the Addison's disease. So hyposecretion of adrenal cortex hormones can do it. Okay, okay, yes, done. So here, Cushing syndrome. So when there is the excess of secretion of, when there is the excess of cortisol in our blood, when there is excess of cortisol in blood, so that can do Cushing syndrome. Excess of cortisol in blood, excess of cortisol in blood can result in this. Why? Because it will do what? Cortisol is there, lipid breakdown, don't you think? Because it is in excess, so that will start here, right? That lipolysis will start here, breakdown of, yes, body fat will break, isn't it? Isn't it? So excess of lipolysis will increase, and because of that, that fat breakdown is there, that fat will get deposited to the abnormal areas, so it can result in moon face and all. This is the Cushing syndrome. Just a cushion nahi hota, that cushion is very soft thing, so basically fat deposition will be there but in the abnormal areas. Just excess pe around the fat, if around the face, if it will get deposited, right, jaise ki upper abdominal region mein. So that is how it is. So hypersecretion and hyposecretion. So when it is the Addison, A for Addison, A for adrenal, so it is the disorder of adrenal gland. That's a PYQ. Okay, that is a PYQ. Okay, that is a PYQ. Okay, chaliye. So next is pancreas. Okay, so firstly tell me what are catechola means. What are catechola means? Yes, what are catechola means? Quick, what are catechola means? Amino acid derived hormones, they are released by adrenal medulla. Yes, so they are released by adrenal medulla. So pancreas. So pancreas is what? It is endodermal in origin, right bache? Elongated organ situated between the limbs of C-shaped duodenum. Just this is your duodenum. What is duodenum? It is the part of small intestine. You know that your pancreas is a composite gland, right? Or we can say that it's a mixed gland, or we can say that it is a heterocrine gland. Yes or no? So in the case of pancreas, we have, right, it is elongated, situated between the limbs of C-shaped duodenum. Okay, जैसे ये देखो, look at this diagram. This is a part of small intestine, right? It is the part of your small intestine, duodenum. Small intestine is having this thing, na? Small intestine. It's DJI. It's DJI. Duodenum, jejunum, ileum. Duodenum, jejunum, ileum. So here, this pancreas is present, having head, having body, these lobules, and the tail part is there. So we will talk about its section, and when we talk about its section, you will see that there is the exocrine part, and that exocrine part forms the digestive juices. That exocrine part forms the digestive juices. I don't know whether you know it or not, that pancreatic juices are considered as complete digestive juices. Do you know that? Pancreatic juices are considered as complete digestive juices because they have enzymes for digesting all type of substrate. Okay, pancreatic juices. So when you are talking about the exocrine part, you will talk about the group of cells. जैसे ये देखो, here if you will see these cells, we use the word acinous for singular or acini for plural. जैसे exocrine cells, they secrete that pancreatic enzymes into the pancreatic duct. जैसे see, these are the cells. These are the cells. They'll secrete that digestive juices here in this duct, and with the help of that duct, they'll be carried. Right, so these are acini, they are making the exocrine part. When you talk about the endocrine part, we talk about that islets of Langerhans. You remember? Islets of Langerhans. Do you remember that? So this is about the pancreas. This is about the pancreas. So see here, basically 98 to 99% is the exocrine part, okay, which will release the digestive juices, and 1 to 2% is the endocrine part. Here we have islets of Langerhans. They are 1 to 2 millions and they are scattered between that SNI. So here alpha cells, beta cells, delta cells, pancreatic polypeptide cells, right, also known as F cells. That's what we have to discuss. Okay, that is what we have to discuss. Endocrine part mein. So alpha cells, beta cells, delta cells and pancreatic polypeptide cells. Okay? So alpha cells, very important. Alpha cells, they release glucagon, a very important question. Both are protein hormone. Beta cells, they release insulin. They both are protein hormones. But one thing that you need to remember is कि glucagon and insulin, they are antagonist. They work in an opposite manner. Right? Both are peptide hormone. They will maintain the glucose homeostasis. Just for calcium homeostasis, we have TCT and PTH. We have TCT and PTH. Here we have glucagon and insulin. Here we have glucagon and insulin. Is that clear? So alpha cells will secrete glucagon. Very important. Please mark it. Okay? So it's a peptide hormone. So bache, whenever there is a low blood glucose level, matlab in the blood, whenever the amount of glucose is low, right, what will happen? Your glucagon will release. So basically it will bring that glucose level to normal. So can I say that it is a hyperglycemic hormone because it increases the level of glucose when it is low? Can I call it as a hyperglycemic hormone? Can I call it as a hyperglycemic hormone? Because it is the one that will increase the level of glucose in blood when it is low. So it maintains the normal blood glucose level. It acts on the liver cells. Okay? It acts on the liver cells, that is your hepatocytes. So because it has to maintain the blood glucose level, so it has to break down the glycogen. That's why we are saying that glycogenolysis will occur and gluconeogenesis. Matlab from a non-carbohydrate source, it has to make the glucose because it has to increase the level of glucose in our body. Is that clear? Is that clear? So alpha cells are there that are going to release the glucagon. Any doubt? Any doubt? Yes, any doubt? So it is a hyperglycemic, so it will promote gluconeogenesis, it will promote that glycogenolysis and obviously lipolysis, right? Obviously lipolysis, okay? Right, so glucagon reduces the cellular glucose uptake and its utilization so that blood glucose level can increase. Now insulin will be opposite to insulin. It's a protein hormone having 51 amino acid in its active state, right? In its active state. Okay, bache. So this is a hypoglycemic level. Just after the meal, right? In our blood, the glucose level increases, so the insulin will increase. It will act on liver cell, fat cells, so they can increase the uptake of the sugar. So insulin acts on hepatocyte, means your hepatic cell, liver cell. Adipocytes means your fat cells, right? So it enhances the cellular glucose uptake and utilization. So rapid movement of glucose from blood to the hepatocytes, and there is decreased level of this glucose in the blood there. So obviously they will promote the glycogenesis, right? It is going to promote the glycogenesis. So do not get confused in glycogenesis, gluconeogenesis and glycogenolysis. Lysis matlab breakdown. Gluconeogenesis, genesis formation, new means from a non-carbohydrate source the glucose will form. And when it is the glycogenesis, genesis formation, glycogenesis matlab formation of glycogen. Right? Formation of glycogen. Is that clear? Alpha, beta cells, and then comes the delta cell. But just like your hypothalamus, remember? Hypothalamus releases the inhibitory hormone, growth hormone, inhibitory hormone. We call it as somatostatin. Same way, here also, delta cell releases the somatostatin. It regulates and inhibits the secretion of insulin and glucagon, right bache? And not just that, right? The delta cells basically decreases the secretion motility and absorption in digestive tract. And digestion in digestive tract. That is the role of somatostatin. Then pancreatic polypeptide cells, also known as F cells, their function is unknown, but maybe it controls the absorption of food or it reduces the secretion of, right? So basically it inhibits the release of digestive secretions of pancreas. Okay? So basically you can say that, chalo, it acts on pancreatic, pancreatic polypeptide na. So basically it reduces the secretion of pancreatic juices. That's how it acts. Okay, right bache? Right bache? So it acts on pancreatic SNI, matlab exocrine part pe. So if it is acting on exocrine part, you know that it will reduce the secretion of digestive juices. It will reduce the secretion of, digestive juices. Okay? Okay? Fine. Next. Disorders of pancreas. Already discussed bache. This diabetes mellitus. So diabetes mellitus mein, that's a PYQ. Glycoseuria and ketonuria will be there. Matlab the ketone bodies, the water soluble ketone bodies are present there in the blood and in the urine, and even the glucose is there in the urine, right? So it is the diabetes mellitus. So hyposecretion, or basically in the case of diabetes mellitus, I'll tell you, I hope you know what diabetes insipidus is. That is because of hyposecretion of ADH. Dekho, we talk about the type 1 and type 2. When you write na this type 1 and type 2, I focus on this part, this 2 thing. Matlab it is in Roman na, take it in this way, I. Take it in this way, I. Diabetes mellitus, we have type 1 diabetes mellitus, we have type 2 diabetes mellitus, we have type 1 diabetes mellitus, we have type 2 diabetes mellitus. So type 2, that is how you can write it, I. Matlab insulin independent. It is my way to remember this. Insulin independent means it is not dependent on the amount of insulin. So this type 2 is because of the insulin resistance. Matlab it is not concerned with the availability of insulin. Yeah, it is low or less. It is concerned with the insulin resistance, right? Insulin resistance. It is the type 2 diabetes, right? But insulin resistance is there. Non-insulin dependent. Just this one, type 1. It is because of insulin deficiency. Insulin is less in our body. Insulin deficiency. Okay, it is a kind of autoimmune disorder, right? So we also call it as insulin dependent, right? It is also known as insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. Insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. Okay, that is IDDM. So it is due to insulin deficiency. Insulin is less. Okay, so it can be, it is basically an autoimmune disorder. What's that? It is an autoimmune disorder. But the another one is due to the resistance to the insulin. Right? Right? So even insulin is there, but the cells are not responding. Right? So it is non-insulin dependent. Right? It is non-insulin dependent. So here actually the problem is that it is not related to the insulin amount. Your cells, your body cells are not responding to that insulin. Right? They are like, we don't know. So overall in diabetes mellitus, you know that the level of glucose in the urine will increase. That will result in the glycoseuria, right? That will result in the glycoseuria, and there is a formation of harmful water soluble compound, that is your ketone bodies. Okay. So when there is the incomplete oxidation of fats, ketone bodies will form, and when a person is affected with diabetes mellitus, even the healing properties will get affected. In that case, if person will get the injury, healing takes time. Okay, right? That's why before surgery, doctors always ask, do you have sugar or not? Do you have the problem of sugar or not? Right? So they consider many things there. So this is about the pancreas, the exocrine and the endocrine part. So it is not just the alpha and the beta cells. So always remember, alpha cell release glucagon, alpha cell release glucagon, beta cells release insulin, beta cells release insulin, delta cells release somatostatin, right? Delta cell release somatostatin, and then there is the pancreatic polypeptide cell, and that is F cell, and that will act on the SNI part, that will stop the secretion of the digestive juices there, pancreatic juices there. Now bache, gonads, testes and this ovaries. Obviously in human reproduction you'll understand about it in the better way. Okay, so you know that these androgens, they are very important for development, maturation and function of male accessory sex organ. They stimulate spermatogenesis, stimulate muscular growth, growth of facial and axillary hair, aggressiveness, low pitch of voice when they attain the puberty, act on CNS, influence the male sexual behavior, that is libido, that sexual desires, that sexual behavior, that urges, they comes under that sexual behavior. For that we use the word libido, right? Libido. Okay, bache? Okay, so androgens, that testosterone and all, that's how they act. So estrogen, you know that it is secreted by ovarian follicle. You know that even in this lecture itself I have discussed that how FSH will act on the follicular cells, and in the response of that how estrogen will be released, right? So you know that after ovulation corpus luteum will form, that releases the progesterone. So already discussed. So estrogen help in the uterine endometrium growth during each menstrual cycle, right? Directly influence the development of mammary gland, play role in the development of ovarian follicle. So female secondary sexual characters are also because of these hormones, जैसे कि fat on thigh and hip region, high pitch and all, right? Obviously pubic hair, okay, and it also help in forming a mucus plug. So there is one more hormone, relaxin. It is released by the ovary in the later stages of pregnancy, not normally, in the later stages of pregnancy. So it will relax your pubic symphysis so that childbirth can be supported. So main role of relaxin is in the softening ligament, widening the pelvic cavity, and it also affects other ligaments such as foot and extra. So it will help in that childbirth, right? That pubic symphysis, it will act on it. You know, na, pubic symphysis, jaise your pelvic girdle is having two bones, two coxal bones are there, two innominates are there, right? They are having ilium, ischium, pubis. Their fusion is making this one coxal bone, right? And here you will see the pubic symphysis. Okay, baki bache, heart, already this part is already covered in excretory product and its elimination. ANF will be released. So it is the atrial natriuretic factor. It acting like a check on the RAS system. So it's a vasodilator. Right? So it dilates the blood vessel. It reduces the blood pressure. Right? So this hormone is secreted by the atrial walls of the heart when blood pressure is increased. So related with the excretory part, it acts like a check on RAS mechanism. Remember RAS mechanism? Yes, bache. Do you remember RAS mechanism? Renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. Renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. Is that clear? So kidneys, they release erythropoietin, poietin formation, erythropoiesis. It is playing role in the erythropoiesis. It is playing role in the erythropoiesis. Baki GI tracts, मतलब gastrointestinal tracts, जैसे gastrin, stimulate the secretion of HCl and pepsinogen. So no doubt this part is not deleted from your syllabus. So pepsinogen is what? It is an inactive proteolytic enzyme, right? It is an inactive proteolytic enzyme. So for inactive proteolytic enzymes, we use the word zymogen as well. We use the word zymogen as well. So it is an inactive proteolytic enzyme. We use the word zymogen as well, right, bache? Pepsinogen, right? Its activated form is pepsin. Jaise HCl will be released by the stomach cells, right? That HCl will activate this pepsinogen into pepsin that will digest the protein. Next, secretin, the first hormone discovered. It acts on the exocrine part of pancreas, stimulate the secretion of water and bicarbonate ion. So whatever is given in NCERT, kindly do not miss that. Okay. Kindly do not miss that, right? Then bache CCK, right? You have to remember this. CCK, cholecystokinin, and in some books it is also given like this: cholecystokinin pancreozymin, right? You can call it as CCK, cholecystokinin, or cholecystokinin pancreozymin. So it acts on both pancreas as well as gallbladder. It stimulates the secretion of, because it is acting on pancreas, so secretion of pancreatic enzymes, acting on gallbladder, and the secretion of bile juice. Then bache GIP, gastric inhibitory peptide, they inhibit the secretion of gastric juices and motility into the stomach. That's it, that is all. Okay ji, that's it, that is all. So you should know about it. This is all about this chapter, right? So here you can see the hormones. There are many. They say enterogastron is there, VIP is there. So how are they released? I told you about this. So do remember it. This is all about this chapter. We have already covered the mechanism of hormone action, and trust me here, the mechanism of hormone action, receptor, the nature of hormones, very important. And what kind of points you need to focus. Just say, let's say if there is the sodium absorption, elimination of which ion is there. We talked about the potassium and the phosphate. Same, we even discussed it with the calcium part also. So that are the things that you need to keep in your mind, right? That are the things that you need to keep in your mind. So this is all about this chapter. I will share the notes, right? I'm going to share the notes in the Telegram group, okay? And even if you will see the NCERT, trust me, you are going to find your NCERT very, very, very easy. And if you get confused from the gonad part or something, because I have already explained that, what testes are doing, what ovaries, right? In the human reproduction chapter, we will cover it, right? So this part is also covered. Mechanism of hormone action is also covered. Okay, so do read the summary, do revise it. It is important. It is a very important chapter, and trust me, if you will see each and every gland is like, wow, acha, that is how it is acting. Acha, it is also playing role in RBC production. Focus on that points, right? Trust me, you're going to love this chapter. Now you know that there is something big is coming. And guys, yes, I'm going, see, do not forget this video. Do not forget to watch this video, right? I posted it yesterday, and here it is actually a reality check. In this particular video, I am not talking about the timetable. I'm not talking about the number of hours you need to give, right? I'm talking about the actual problems that you people are facing. The distractions, excessive use of phone, right? Some students, even they are too much in that pornography and all. Everything I have discussed there. So do watch it. It is actually going to be a reality check for you. And for these last 6 months now, just stay confident. Just take care of your health, stay confident, and trust me, if you are consistent, nobody can stop you to crack this NEET examination. So do not think about the number of aspirants. Arey yaar, madam, 20 lakh plus aspirants will be there. What to do? It's okay, it's fine. If 1 lakh MBBS seats are there, that one seat is for you. You do not need that 1 lakh seats, right? So do not think about it. Just focus on one seat, and that's yours. That's it, that's all. So take care, and you know that, yes, you cannot miss an event, a very important event, that is on 24th of October. And if you want to enroll in the batches, here in the description box there is a link, right? But do not forget this big surprise on 24th of October, okay? So do click here, right, and you will get the notification when this event will start. It is on 24th of October at 6 PM. Do not forget about it. Okay, so take care. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. And yes, next lecture is on Wednesday. It is respiration in plants, right? It is respiration in plants.